What is going on, guys? Anything going on in the news? I mean, welcome to 2026. Stranded, it's amazing to see you. Eugene. Everybody make sure you check out Eugene's channel. He just dropped a new song. Came out stealth on me. I checked it out. Fortunately, he posted it in the Discord, so I was able to catch it. But yeah, shout out to Stranded. Shout out to Eugene. Good to see both you guys. Yeah, nothing in the news, right? Nothing going on. Um, last time some stuff like this happened, I immediately went live and I gave my opinion and ended up having to do an apology. So I decided to give it time, let the shit fester, and I'll go into it in a little bit. My God. My God. What the hell are we doing? But yeah. I mean, gonna be working on an old Galactus here. I'm looking at the paint job from the other day. I was going over it, and the first run over a paint job is always like, hey, okay, kind of see what I'm laying out here. Feeling this, not feeling that. Should I adjust this? And yeah, I definitely I see where the room for improvement on it is before I even get to the actual big old head of his. I fighting a mild infection right now. Fortunately, I didn't go septic with it, but ingrown hairs suck. All right, let's take a look at the mess I've got going on with Galactus. I heard from SE Wolverines. Shout out to him. Shout out to his channel. Miss you, SE. And SE's message was, "You don't go live on Fridays anymore." Sorry I haven't been able to catch your show, but you're not streaming on Fridays anymore. Apparently Friday is like one of his only days off, or Saturday is one of the two. So that's why he was able to tune in. So that's why we haven't seen SE in a little while, guys. He's working his ass off. But, definitely gave him the old Heidi ho, Happy New Year, and Merry Christmas. Boy, actually wished me a Merry Christmas directly. And before anybody else asks, no word at all from Sheree. Our missing mod is still missing in action. She's still MIA. I did wish her a Happy New Year from myself and all the misfits. And if I hear anything from her, you guys will be the first to know. I also punished myself a little bit. Well, not really. I didn't watch the live last night, so I don't know what was said, but I did watch a video another YouTuber did, and I actually left a comment there because they were showing, there's all this celebrating. They said there's much celebrating in Venezuela right now, and yeah, I haven't seen it. I've seen old video, some of which includes people from Chile, people in Miami celebrating, stuff like this, but I haven't seen any video actually from Venezuela other than when, they dropped the bombs in there and everything else. And yeah, special shout out to Beans. Beans, thanks for tossing a coin to the Witcher again. She has tossed a couple coins now, enough where if I had a membership, she'd definitely be a member for a while. But, again, there will be no memberships, anything like this. I honestly don't see a point to it. I'm basically giving YouTube money for doing nothing. Nothing at all. I think all our growth has been organic, word of mouth, everything else. I gain subscribers, I lose subscribers. So, they come back with listings telling me how many people that they show the stuff to, but yeah, I don't know. Also, shout out to Melissa. She had posted in the Discord the minis that she's been painting and stuff. She does a really good job. So shout out to her for that. That's awesome. It's like I tell you guys all the time, be creative, create stuff, don't destroy stuff. Be intellectually honest and independent minded. Don't get so locked into black or white where if you're anti this, then you're pro this. That automatically makes you anti this. There's nuance in there always. Oh, oh. I'm sitting here because I don't want to wind in just yet and start off the stream very angry. And there's a reason why I said in the title the good and bad of what's just occurred. Because I think there are some good things. There's honestly good reasons for it. There's also some terrible, awful things that can come about from this because it sets a precedence. That's weird as hell. Are you guys still seeing? That was weird. My side stream so I can watch everything and monitor everything was coming up with pause and then play and then pause and then play, like it was shutting off and turning back on again on its own. The ghosts have come for me. How about we do a fun woo woo? Yeah, let's warm us up with a fun woo woo before I start laying out paint and everything else. So here's my fun woo woo. Back when Trump got shot in the ear, right, when the assassination attempt occurred in Butler, I told you guys about this. I was like, I think we switched timelines somehow, right? And it's mild little things, but my neighbors had these bushes that they had to be about 6 foot to 6'3" in height. And they're directly across the street from me. See them every day. They block out basically the entirety of their yard. Well, the day that Trump got, all that went down with Butler, I walked the dog that night and I noticed all of a sudden their bushes were like up to maybe my ankle, so less than a foot tall. And they've maintained them right around a foot to 2 feet since then. So today I go out and I walk the dog, and those bushes, they're about 6 foot to 6'3" again. I'm like, woo woo, woo woo. Did we slip timelines again? Because it is just odd. Like I was like, wait, what? So I even, of course, first thing I did was tell my wife, like, yeah, neighbor's bushes. Remember I told you that? Yeah. And I was like, and you confirmed it. She said, yes, I did. I agreed with you 1,000%. I'd seen them every day too. And I was like, yeah, they're back to over 6 foot again. She's like, there's no way. She's like, we just saw them like 2 days ago and they were like maybe 2 feet. So unless they're putting some kind of magical miracle grow and then hacking them down super fast, like I don't know what to tell you. And, I'm like, I'm old. Maybe it's faulty memory. Maybe it's I'm sick or something like that. I'm telling you guys. Just weird woo woo shit. Something in the background. See, something definitely happened because I'm seeing chat come up on the screen, on like my main screen. Everybody, make sure you smash like too. Let me see if I can. I just refresh my small screen. Very nice, Stranded. So you're going to order a yeah, a resin jewelry kit. It's fun. Um, a let's say yeah, let's see how you do with it. Let's hope it works out and you can make some really cool stuff. Like I said, be creative. That's awesome though. And Eugene, what did you say that like is getting you knocked by YouTube? You've got to come up with um clever ways of saying things. Like one of the most clever things I ever heard somebody say was with people in Israel, you know, um, because they were talking about him and it was on a live stream and he didn't want to get the stream canceled, so he started calling them the little hat people. And that was that I want to say it was a Vietnamese dude who used to call in, and he was just like, "Yes, the little hat people," and he also called them the Kanye West people. And it like everybody knew exactly what he meant. You can't get knocked on YouTube for it, and it was brilliant the way he did that. So you might just have to. I know, unfortunately, we should all be able to talk like adults and say whatever's on our mind. Um, for the most part, as long as we're not calling for violence on others, say whatever's on your mind. That's one of those things that has me where I'm debating doing the dual stream, the Rumble. I might just do the dual stream, the Rumble anyway. I've just got to figure out how to get both chats to display. So maybe it'll be like a the sidebar where I have like the YouTube chat. If I can figure out how to get it where the Rumble chat comes up just like that, and maybe cut it in half. So this way we can see people on Rumble talking too. Because I like to address everybody when you say something. All right, I'm going to start laying out. I'm going to continue on. Let me see. Yeah, I definitely need to continue on with purple. So I'm going to have to do the mix mash that I was doing in the right proportion. But yeah, I figure I really do like I'm just I'm at my wits end in a lot of ways. And then getting, like I said, a mild infection on top of it in my leg, not good. Not good at all. So I don't want to be too over the damn top, or go fatalist or black pill or any of that stuff. Let's think happy. Let's think happy, positive thoughts. The fuck is Rumble? What's up, David? Um, David Mon. I mean, I get a kick out of your leader, by the way, David Mon. His first statement out is immediately, "Yeah, we had nothing to do with this, guys." Like, it was just amazing how scared he got. Like they were going to blame the UK for some shit, and I'm like, yo, what is this guy even like on about? Like, yes, we had no knowledge of this. We know nothing of these strikes or anything. We had no part in this. Please don't hurt us. Please, sir. Please. Please don't think us evil over here in the UK. God, Keir Starmer, you guys, you can pick them. That's all I can say. You guys can definitely pick them. He went into fucking panic mode faster than anybody I've ever seen. You you find him to be a fucking mug, huh? Well, yeah, I mean, trust me. At this point, I'm not real happy with my leadership here either, David. I'm being quite honest. Because, but yeah, I just thought it was funny because at least the leader here, he made decisive action. He said he's like, I said it, I meant it, I'm here to represent it, you know, and is brash, bold, and unapologetic about his stuff, right or wrong. I can say at least he's not a bitch. And your leader, my God, man, you guys are in trouble. Like if that's who's leading your country, you guys are. No wonder Trump just like pushed him off mic during that one thing and let the chick from Italy speak because she has bigger balls than him. That's all I'm saying. I thought that was it. It really did. It made me laugh though because his first statement was like, "Right, we had nothing to do with this. We know nothing about it. It's not us. Please, please, sir, don't hurt us. Don't punch me in the mouth, sir." Like, why would anybody even think that the UK would be involved in some shit like what went on? I don't even know why he took that stance for the most part. Like, this was something that was unilaterally done. Actually, I can't even say it was unilaterally done. I'm sure he probably had a discussion with BB when BB came to visit. It can have both chats, but I got to overlay them. I'm not using an overlay right now, David. What I'm doing is, and this is something, maybe you can help me out here. What I've done is in the background, I actually have the YouTube window set up, right? And then I take my camera and I resize my camera down so that the actual feed from the live creators chat from YouTube is displayed on the right. Wait, you're not allowed to discuss your music, Eugene? That's what you were talking about? I mean, so your latest song, Eugene, the kind of the vibe I got from it was more for lesbians. I don't know why I got that vibe. I'm not saying that's the vibe you were putting out or what you were trying to accomplish, but something with the imagery, with the music, like I don't know. I don't know what you were trying to convey, if I'm being honest. Like normally I'm just like, okay, I get what Eugene's saying with this music. And like with that song, it was like I'm a little muddled and confused. Dragged it over the screen. What do you mean dragged it over the screen, David? Like drag the chat over the screen? Is that what you're talking about? Like the overlay? I'm going in here and hitting this out extra heavy too, especially in these interior parts where I wasn't getting good coverage. I had all this thinning going on. So I'm using this much smaller tip. That's what she said. And going and cleaning this up. The blue came out nice and rich. The purple not so much. I need to follow the model lines too so I get a nice clean paint on it. The other thing is I definitely am going over the whole thing with a slight silver after I'm done. Because looking at the arm, you don't notice it that much up close, but at a distance, it makes it pop. It actually gives them a cosmic look. I hear police sirens. Well, that's it. I said something bad against my president on the internet. Looks like they're coming to take me away. Ha ha, hee hee, ho ho. I might be going to jail, people. I haven't even like gotten into things yet. They're gonna come arrest me. Like, you, Gam? Yeah, that's me. Great. Just don't shoot my dog. Leave the dog alone. Dog's friendly. He don't hurt nobody. It's the only thing that would scare me about somebody swatting my ass. Door can be replaced, all that stuff. You hurt my puppy. Or, just being alive and in the same house as me, I'd be infuriated. I'd probably lose my fucking mind. I got you. So like do that for the split screen method, but do it. See what you're saying, David. But I think there might be another way where I can just legit download some kind of clear overlay. I'm sure they make it for OBS. I'm just too lazy to search for it because I got set in my ways of like this the easy, well, not easy, but this was a method that I used. It seems to work. Doesn't seem to bother everybody. And then I get full chat replay. Because there's definitely been times where I've missed something somebody said and had to go back to the chat replay. And if I, like how I described Robert Pattinson's version of Batman, which was not internet friendly and had to go back and take it out, it erases like the live replay of the chat. So yeah, that's definitely happened. But yeah, I'm sitting there beating around the bush so hard on this. I kind of didn't want to get hardcore into it right off the rip. We're at least half an hour in where I can start going ham. We're about half an hour in. Got Eugene in here. I got Stranded in here. I've got David in here. Sure, we got a couple others that might just be listening in the background or whatever. You guys have all smashed the like button. I appreciate the hell out of you. Of course, everybody's already subbed, so I don't even have to talk about that crap. But let's get into it. So, as we all know, they went into Venezuela. They had this set up. Now, from what I'm understanding, the plan originally was to go in on Christmas or Christmas Day and go after Maduro, which, I guess weather didn't permit them. And that's kind of a blessing because could you guys imagine if we were on Christmas Day and this shit had happened? Like if this was the news on Christmas Day that yes, Americans have gone in while this dude's celebrating Christmas. I don't even know. I don't even know what religion he is, but the world's celebrating a Christian holiday, and Trump sent troops in and kidnapped this dude. Because don't get it messed up. We absolutely, he just pulled a Batman. Like he went into their country and kidnapped the sitting president of that country, regardless if the election is like, was a hoax, if it was legitimate, any of that stuff. He went in there and he kidnapped this man. Oh, and not just this man, he also took his wife too. He was like, "Oh, and you can bring." I'm glad the guy didn't have kids because his kids would probably be here too. Like he probably would have kidnapped the kids as well. Like, I'm taking your kids too. Which, shout out to Ronald Reagan, but there was a time back in the day with Gaddafi. Gaddafi was doing all the saber rattling and all that, and he was in charge of Libya. and Reagan sent bombers and blew up his house. Right? They blew up Gaddafi's house, killed. I want to say his kids, everybody in his family except for him. Like he missed him on purpose. Like something like this. Like they literally blew up everything that he gave a shit about and let him live as a warning as to what would happen. The good news from this, right? Well, from the initial attack, we're still talking about the initial attack. We're not talking about aftermath just yet. But from the initial attack, good news is we still don't have a casualty report on Venezuelan casualties. There were 0 American casualties. That's awesome. Thank God he didn't, we didn't lose troops, none of this kind of stuff. Because I look back to like when they went after Cuba back in the day, you had all these different people get jacked up. It had blemishes and all this. They went in there. It was tactical. It was planned. They didn't lose anybody. So, and as far as I can tell, we're not really getting a serious report on Venezuelan people that got hurt. I am pretty sure that it's minimal, like maybe 10 casualties or less, which the size of the bombs that they dropped were pretty damn big. So, there's that, the less people harmed, less people killed, the better, in my opinion. So that was successful. They were able to take him out, all that. His wife, they're both alive. Nobody was killed. Like, as far as like, it wasn't like they went in there and assassinated the guy. Or his wife. That's a positive. We'll give him that. It's a positive. I saw the video. Um, there's a reason why I didn't laugh at it though. Like I think the stuff that the videos and stuff. There's been some funny stuff and all that with it, but I'm not also talking about the bad just yet of everything that has just transpired because the bad far outweighs the fucking good here. Um, when we look at it logically and outside perspective, good part of this apparently the Chinese. Well, yeah. So to Stranded's point, there was an election. He refused to step down. All that. They supposedly rigged the election and everything else. That's why the chick that beat Trump for the Peace Prize, for the Nobel Peace Prize, she was the award winner. She was the one who ran against Maduro and then basically had it taken away from her. Right? Now, rigged election, not rigged election. My question at that point is that our fucking business? And not for the people to kind of rise up against their government and overthrow. I mean, I don't know. There was once this country, right, where they started raising taxes on things and they were all going back to the king. And the people in that country revolted and fought back against the country. Now, granted, you can say, well, it's different because, different time and all this other stuff. But that's just it. If people are that outraged, starving, and everything's going so terrible for them, the government's clearly corrupt. Why didn't the people of that country rise up or fight? Nope. Instead, a lot of them pled. Right. So I definitely saw people like, oh, my husband is from Venezuela and he's all excited about this. Well, that's great. Is he going home now? Like, is he leaving the U.S. now and going back to Venezuela now that this has happened? Because I'll tell you what, it just tells me your husband's kind of a bitch. Because if somebody comes, takes my home and everything else, well, I may lose my life, but I'm going to be fighting for it because I have to. My government does stuff that I don't like all the time. And you know what I do? I don't pick up arms and I don't shoot at the government and I don't but I will come on here and I will let everybody know, hey, this is what I'm seeing. You guys see it too. And as a collective, we all see it. And if there's something we could do about it as a collective, I'm pretty sure we would. You're getting to a point now with the whole Somali fraud stuff that magically just vanished, by the way. Like, I haven't seen anything about any arrests. I haven't seen anything. Would they get a strongly worded letter? Nobody deported that I've seen. I think in Ohio they went after a bunch of people. Well, that's Ohio. That's not Minnesota. Go clean up Minnesota and then go to Ohio, clean up Ohio. Go to California, clean up California. But start where the actual mess is that you've just presented to the American people about how our tax dollars are basically getting funneled away to foreign people instead of us to enrich their lives so they can steal it on top of it. Fuck you, people. Do something about it. Show me that you actually give a shit about the taxpayer. And where we're at is I'm seeing more and more people that are semi or, internet famous or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm not paying taxes this year. Yeah, and then the IRS, one of the big ones that I just saw recently is Savannah Hernandez came out and said, I'm not going to pay my taxes this year. She's like, because it will be the biggest story when they come and arrest me for not paying my taxes. And then, for a couple $1,000, and then I go off about all this fraud and stuff. About two-tier justice system, like the whole 9 yards. Like, she just went kind of ham with it. And I'm not like a big follower of hers, but there you go. That's the kind of stuff. I think Hodge Twins said something like, what are we even paying taxes for? Like, there's a lot of people that are now like, we're just giving our money to these other people. But back to the good of what happened with Venezuela. So the other good thing is this. The Chinese delegation was there 2 hours before. I don't know what kind of deal they were cutting with Maduro, but they were definitely cutting some kind of deal. I don't know if it was for oil coming out of there, if it was for, hey, we want to put weapons here. Hey, we want to move, I don't know, a biochemical weapons lab here. I don't know. But the fact that the Chinese were there 2 hours before all this shit went down, that is kind of concerning. And back in the day, you had an issue with JFK with Cuba, and it was called the Cuban Missile Crisis, where Russia moved their nuclear missiles into Cuba to give them first strike capabilities, and the Cuban government, who is also communist, completely against America, let them do it, and that shit almost turned into World War III. So that's one of those positives that's going to come out of this, is that we will, like, we just cut off somebody who is willing to sell oil cheap as shit to China. Also, two things come out of Venezuela: silver and oil. Why are these two things important at this point in time? Also, lithium, from what I understand, comes out of there. So it goes to the rare earth mineral argument with AI. Both things go to AI. We're going to need like 3 times the amount of power that we're producing right now. So that oil is going to be vital. And then the rare earth minerals to make the chips and everything, those are going to be vital. If Venezuela is rich in both, then China's coming in making a deal. Well, kind of, they're cornering the market at that point. So what we do about our government is we vote them out. People were unhappy with Trump because of COVID and the way things were handled. Guess what? maybe it was you had plenty of Republicans who went out and voted for him. The independents and the Democrats voted against him because they were pissed. And it really comes down to the independents, the ones that are the swing voters, right? They vote Democrat sometimes, they vote Republican others. Now, out of the two options, which one's the shittier version at this point? It's still the Democrats. The Democrats are as useless as, pardon the expression, but tits on a bull, right? They're too worried about culture war issues, virtue signaling, making everybody feel special and all that. I don't want to feel special, right? I don't need to feel special. I don't need to be glorified because I'm a white male. I don't care about any of that. You know what I want? Lower taxes, no wars, and everybody in America to thrive. Those are three simple asks. One of the other things I want is our veterans that actually go out and fight these god awful wars because the assholes in charge put them in the middle of them. I want them taken care of when they're done. That's what I want. It's simple asks. I want it where I can go and if I, want to buy a house and I'm a young person, I can afford it or I have the ability to achieve it. At this point in time, it's unachievable. The American dream is almost out of reach for 85% of the population. I want it where are we standing proudly on the hill? Yes. But there's so many broken things here that we need to fix, and yet we're going abroad and just causing more shit. Ian, it's great to see you. Melissa, great to see you. I gave you a shout out, Melissa. Good job on those minis. Keep working on them. They look fantastic. Ian, great to see you, brother. I don't know if I saw you, but Happy New Year and Merry Christmas because I can't remember. I don't think you might have been in, but not in the chat for New Year's. I think you might have been here for Christmas, but you have grandkids and kids and all that and stuff to do with the family, so make sure y'all smash that like buttons if you haven't already. Make sure you're still subscribed too. And yeah, and so what we do about our government is we vote people in and out. The problem is that, and like it was just stated in the chat, Republicans and Democrats are kind of the same. The reason why Trump won this overwhelming support this past election is because he was supposed to be something different. No new wars. We're going to focus on America. We're throwing all these illegals that were brought in that are taking all the startup jobs to mid-range jobs from Americans are getting paid under the table, screwing over the tax system, becoming tax burdens on us. We're throwing them all the hell out of this country. They deported, I think it was 500,000 people. 500,000 people out of, according if we go with Trump's logic, then it's 20 million came through the border under Joe Biden in 4 years. 5 million a year at that point, right? So we threw out a tenth for a year. So 10% of them went home. That ain't enough, bro. That ain't enough. He was elected because overwhelmingly because I can get the war settled in Ukraine and Russia. Still ain't happened. If anything, that shit might escalate real soon here, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. Well, not in a few minutes, probably about half an hour, because I got so much other crap to bitch about. And yeah, we whine about it and everything else, but that's just it. So MTG, I think she put out too, not paying taxes this year. That's just it. If all Americans don't pay their taxes, what happens? What happens as a collective unit, all of us just say, fuck it. We're not paying our taxes. Government go after everybody. go after a few people, make examples. Like, the whole thing is, when it comes to elections, everybody holds out their vote till they get what they want. We're at that point with our government where the only way to hurt them really is not to give them what they want. Hey, hold on, Bob. I'll move Bob in, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Bob. They can now. They can now because it just moved you in.
All right, I got that feedback again.
Make sure you're muting. Make sure you're muting.
Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I don't have the feedback. I didn't remember if I muted it in Discord or if I muted it in YouTube.
I don't know. Probably YouTube is what you want to mute. And Melissa, Obama fucked us more than you realize. Like, he was, the problem here is that Trump was supposed to be something different than all these people before him. Right? And he's proving to be the same. It's all about the donors. Who gets rich from us taking over the oil, the silver out of Venezuela? Well, the AI companies. So Palantir, those guys that, backed them in the campaign. Who gets advancements in this? Oh, well, that would be, allegedly Israel. I'll say allegedly. Why? Because his biggest donor was, and I can't remember, do you know the woman's name? She gave him like $250 million or $350 million for his campaign. Addleston.
I don't know her name.
Something like that. But he even thanked her and everything else while he was in Israel doing the Gaza peace deal shit. So everybody that has basically funded Trump's campaign, special interest, donor class, they're the ones who are reaping the rewards. The American people that actually put him in power, we ain't seeing shit. We get a drop in gas prices. Well, drill baby drill needs to be replaced with steel baby steel now. So the whole thing is, in order to drill, you have to go, it takes 5 to 7 years for them to go prospect the land, get the stuff, all the agreements and everything else to drill in different places, because they need to know where there's a good chunk of oil to drill and all that stuff. So they have to prospect it. It takes time. So what do? If you go to Venezuela, the oil's already there. It's already found. You just got to move in your own companies. Now, all the oil companies that backed them, well, guess what? They can just set up rigs wherever, right?
They've already got their rigs down there.
Right.
It's their rigs that got stolen from the dude that we just kidnapped.
I love the way you said that too. Kidnapped.
What? Yeah, we dropped right in with the freaking Navy SEALs and stole his ass out of his bed. Right.
That's what I mean. So now I'm going to I guess we can switch over to some of the good aspects were no massive injuries, no troops on the ground and all this kind of crap, other than the extraction team. No major casualties, everything else. Let's talk about some of the bad aspects. What precedent does it set where we just didn't like the person running the country? It's not our business. Venezuela isn't a state. That's not their governor or something. They're not American, right? It's not America. We don't own that land. We don't own them. We just dropped in, and because we didn't like a guy, we kidnapped him, like Bob just said, out of his house and his wife, and sent them to America to stand under our laws for trial. What kind of press
before, but they killed him.
Right.
Panama.
Yes. Now here's
or something like that.
But here's the thing. So now what happens when China says, oh, this is how it's done. So we're just going to send an insurgency team, an extraction team into Taiwan and take their leadership and bring them to China for trial. Or Russia says, hey, you know what? We're going to end this war lickety split. Go grab Zelensky, drag his monkey ass here, and we're going to put him on trial in Russia. Or even better, Iran goes and grabs Bibi Netanyahu and drags him and says, you're going to stand trial for war crimes against the people of Gaza in Iran. This is not good precedent. This is not good. There's a reason why there's an international law against this.
I'm going to need a beer to have this conversation.
Yeah, you're going to need more than one, bud, because it's not good. This is not a good precedent to be setting. I complained before about we're stealing their oil. Well, that's how they feed their people. But we're taking away their main economic export because it was headed to Cuba and supposedly going to fund, quote unquote, terrorism around the world. Maybe it was going to China. We're a capitalist market. Who the fuck are we to tell you who you can and can't sell your goods to? This isn't good.
That's cold.
Say somebody comes and kidnaps Trump. I know it'll never happen, but I'm just going to say, like, what if somebody were to do this and it was Trump who got arrested and put on trial somewhere else? The American people would be rip shit. We'd lose our fucking minds.
I'm not saying what they did was right. Okay. I'm just saying the precedent's been done before.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference was last time they killed the guy, and this time they kidnapped him and his wife and put him on trial.
Right.
So they're putting him on trial.
Right. I agree. But what happens if in American custody he gets Epsteined?
I hadn't thought of that.
Right. These are those little things like, okay, well, I mean, it's an if, maybe, possibly. So unfortunately, it's not fact, but it's one of those things that nobody's considered. Say he mysteriously hangs himself in a cell and all the cameras don't work and the security guards aren't. What happens if that happens? What kind of precedent does that set? You know what I mean?
I hear you.
And I look at it and I'm just like, this is not good, because you do have guys like Bibi Netanyahu, isn't it? The World Court determined that he is a war criminal, right? He needs to stand trial for war crimes.
Yes, they have.
So now what happens if one of those nations that actually adheres, because we don't adhere to the World Court, but let's say Bibi is traveling, they just gank him real quick, like they black bag him, put the black bag over his head, and drag him away. And then
in the World Court in New York?
I don't know. I wouldn't think. Well, maybe, but I don't think so.
United Nations is there.
United Nations, maybe, but even then, it's still, like I said, they could do it under the precedent of, well, you just did this shit with Maduro. And then what? We don't have the moral high ground to stand on anymore. You've just ceded the moral high ground and said, yeah, this is how it works. The next part of it that I have a massive problem with is, did everybody watch the press conference with Trump?
I watched most of it, I guess.
You watched most of it. Did you see where Trump said that basically we will oversee Venezuela's government?
Yeah, he said the guy's behind him.
So they're going to oversee the government, right?
Well, from what I took from that is they've been in contact with the vice president girl down there,
who says that Maduro is the legal president and we will follow his ways.
She basically told them that she would do whatever it is they wanted her to do. But she
That's
would remain in charge of the government.
so then you didn't see the other part where she actually gave the speech.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And that's the part you missed. You heard Trump's lip service on it, and the lip service she told Trump, but the actual speech was much different. She
Was it a
said
speech to her people?
it was a speech to her people.
Okay.
So this is where I'm saying, like, if she's saying that, nope, Maduro still is the legal president and everything else, and we will continue to do things the way he had it set up. Well, then, now what? Do we go and eliminate the vice president too? We take
I
the.
say we leave this up to the people of Venezuela. Let them determine it.
I agree. I 1000% agree with you, Bob. I think you're absolutely 100% right. I don't think
No,
it's
and
our
I'm only
fucking
half
business.
beer in.
Yeah, you're only half beer in. But yeah, I agree with you. That's where I'm at with it too, is like, but the problem is, say the people reach a consensus that, hey, you know what? We want Maduro.
Oh, then we got a problem.
Right.
Because you know damn well they're going to find him and her guilty up there in New York.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're going to lock them in a cell, a deep hole in the earth somewhere. They're going to bury him next to the Ark of the Covenant in the in the
Well,
Smithsonian.
He could be, like you said, he could be Epstein. I would say if I was running the country at this point, I'd just say hands off everything. Let the people of Venezuela determine what's going on.
And Melissa just said it. She's like, Pearl Harbor is a stark reminder that we don't want to repeat the past. Tell me something then. Where has Venezuela attacked us? You can say the drug trade. Well, I'd say Mexico is much more guilty of that. If you're talking about the cocaine industry, everybody knows it's Colombia. Right? Mm-hmm. You can say if you go back into past history, Cuba with the missile crisis was much, much worse. But Japan...
Well, that was actually the Soviet Union going through Cuba.
Japan did the one mistake that cost them the war because they attacked us. So I would agree with you, right? That was a mistake of the past. But the thing was, we went into defensive mode. Could a Pearl Harbor happen again? Well, if 9/11 it actually went down the way they say it went down, then I guess it is possible that we got completely caught with our pants down and could be attacked on our own soil. The possibility, there's a reason why there's so many conspiracies around 9/11 over did they let it happen or whatnot. When it comes to Venezuela, they weren't attacking us. However, just like Cuba back in the missile crisis, like I was saying earlier, they were making deals with the Chinese, with the Russians. So was Panama recently. Remember the whole deal with the Panama Canal where they were selling the property to the Chinese. And then Trump pulled the whole thing with, well, it was for the Panamanian people. If you guys are going to sell it off, then we are going to take the canal back. And they quickly ended all relations with the Chinese.
That's, I think, what this really is about, is what you were talking about earlier. This is a payoff to Trump's big donors, because a lot of Trump's big donors come from the oil and gas industry, and they wanted their shit back.
Right.
I think that was the motivating factor behind it.
I think there's also another. I agree with you, Bob. I honestly, I'm in agreement with you there. And I'll even go one further. I also think that you have a Secretary of State that is of Cuban descent whose family has fled Cuba. Venezuela basically funds Cuba. And Maduro is the first part of this step. Venezuela is the first part. The second part is going to be Cuba. We're going to see Cuba, in my opinion, very soon. They're going to go in there. They're going to attack. Something's going to happen. And all of a sudden we have to go hit Cuba. But I think it's also part of it is familial revenge from Marco Rubio to an extent,
I
which
don't
is,
think you're wrong there.
I think this is why we're also going to see Vance run for president and not Rubio come 2026, because he's going to need time to let, or 2028, because he's going to need time to let that shit cool down. But yeah, my bigger problem is, so we're also hitting this stride of, okay, we just went in, we just banged out Venezuela, right? We kidnapped Maduro, did all this fun stuff. Trump also has threatened Iran again, that if they hurt the protesters, then we will basically hit them, right?
I did see where today the Iranian Ayatollah was talking about going to a chateau in Switzerland and taking all the money with him. He was talking about that today.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest with you, I've known some Iranians in my past, and they were good people. And I
Yeah,
think
well, that's
with
because you're
the
looking at the
Ayatollah
people,
gone,
right? You're looking at the people, not the government, right? I mean,
true.
it's the same thing I say when I'm critical of Israel. I'm not critical of the Israeli people. I'm critical of the Israeli government. You know what I mean? Look, I'm not Donald Trump. You're not Donald Trump. You're not Joe Biden. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm critical of my
Thank God.
government. Yeah, no shit. Um, but I'm critical of my government, and if I'm going to be critical of others' governments too, because as an American citizen, it's my fucking absolute right to be. You're not going to shut down my speech because I don't agree with the shit they do. And I will explain my nuance and my arguments and everything else. Like, I'm not going to just throw it out there like, oh, everybody's bad or what. It's never all. Some of them, some things, different governments do. I can understand the reasoning behind it. I can see what your angle was or why you did this or why you did that. And I get it. I don't have to like it. And I'm glad I don't have to make those decisions. But at the same point in time, if it's something that's going to impact us, which was my next point about the bad thing about this, we go in, we hit Venezuela, and people are cheering for it. Right? Now, like I said, no massive loss of life, no troops on the ground. I'm all in favor of that. That's excellent. That's great and everything. We can applaud that part of it, that there weren't more casualties out of this.
It's just the act of doing it that you disagree with.
Well, yeah, it's the act of doing it, and what did we gain from it? What did you gain from it? What did I gain from it? What did it make America more secure? You could argue possibly. There might be unknowns that we're not seeing. My thing is more this. If you want to, well, I don't know, Bob, maybe you're a man of means, but let's say you're 26 years old. You're working a job that pays you 70,000 a year, 40,000 a year, 30,000 a year, whatever the median income is in your area. Did going into Venezuela and doing all this, does it help you afford a house? Did it cut the interest
I agree
rates?
with you there.
Did it fix the mortgage problem? Did it get you some kind of boost in pay? Does it benefit you? And that's part of the problem is that, remember, make America great again. This is the slogan, right? We're running off the slogan of, it's not my slogan. I didn't make this up and say, hey, I saw it always as a make America. No, I was told the slogan repeatedly, make America great again. We're going to put America ahead. We're going to bring back, did it open, by us taking out Maduro, did it open 5 manufacturing plants in Detroit to try and revive it? Did
It's a
it?
little too soon, I think, to determine that, because I think it will open up oil refinement in the Gulf for
Okay.
sure.
Okay, I agree.
So
It can. I agree. That is a good thing, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, how is Maduro maintaining power besides his military? Do you know that?
his money. He was
His,
keeping all the money to himself to pay off the military so they'd stay loyal to him.
okay. So the military is the only actors involved in keeping Maduro in power.
Before that, yes.
That's incorrect. What if I were to tell you that there was paramilitary slash guerrilla fighters that would maintain the public? Look it up. I'm not lying.
Oh,
So,
I believe you.
so
I'm just not following your logic.
okay. Let's go back to
So
Iraq.
you're saying that there was paramilitary people, basically a sub army that was keeping the people in check.
Correct. How do you think
Okay.
they got rid of Trinde Aragua? How do you think they got all those criminals out of there and said you have to leave? Do you think the military showed up and was going to execute them? No, they sent paramilitary. Well, these guys have been maintaining everything as far as civilian population goes. On top of the military, they work behind the scenes, so this way, think of it as the SS. If we are going to a German reference, the secret police, the Stasi, whatever you want to say. That's this. These guys are guerrilla fighters, and that's what they did was enforce Maduro's will on the population. You've taken out Maduro. You're going to change the government. Do you think those people?
The SS guys are still there.
Do you think those SS guys are just going to throw down their guns and be like, "Okay, we're going with your method now"? Or do you think that, like when we went into Iraq and kicked over that rock and did regime change? Because, we can call this kidnapping a leader, but let's call it what it is. We also want to change the government, according to Trump, to exactly what we want the government to be, right?
That's true.
So, in other words, we want to change out the regime. So basically,
that they had that in mind. Yes.
Okay. So now think about this. Where did Al Qaeda come from? Where did ISIS come from? Where do all these little factional groups that actually do fucking hardcore terrorism come from?
I think most of them came from Iraq.
Well, some from Iraq.
Or Iran.
Right. Well, from Iraq, they get funding from Iran and all that. But where do they actually come from? When we topple a regime like Syria, Libya, Iraq, whenever we do this regime change shit, there's this faction that splinters off that want revenge. The difference here is when it comes to ISIS, Al Qaeda, all these different little factional fucks, they've all been over in Sandland. They've been over in the desert of the Middle East. We just did it in our own backyard in the middle of a jungle. What do you think happens? Now, granted,
I don't know.
Look, Bob, we got the border lockdown, right, brother? Trump, the one thing we can actually say about Trump is he locked down our damn border. God bless him for that, because it needed to get shut down. He needed to do the other part, which is the deportations. But I can honestly, if there's one amazing thing that he did, it was shut down our border.
I'm not sure he did that. I think what happened, and this is just my opinion, okay?
Okay.
I think when Trump got elected, the people just said, fuck it, it's not worth it anymore. They're going to stop me at the border and turn me around. Whereas in the past, we could go through.
I think you're not wrong.
All that Trump did was tell the border agents, hey, do your fucking job.
Okay. So even if we go by that logic, though, it stops people from coming through the border, right?
Correct.
Trump's around for what? 3 years? And then
3 more
somebody else
years.
takes over. Let's say,
Yeah.
what's your worst case scenario on the 2028 election?
Click Gavin.
Gavin Newsom gets elected. Do you think he keeps the border closed?
I don't know. That dude scares me. He's too pretty. Isn't he Nancy Pelosi's nephew?
He's Nancy Pelosi's nephew. My point being, my actual point being this, Bob, that border ain't going to stay closed forever. All it takes one Democrat to get in there and open it the hell up by executive order. And then those little factions that are pissed off, well, guess what they do? They come through the border into a land where I go down to the right street in any given urban center, any city. What can I get a hold of?
Any urban city, I can get drugs and guns.
Correct. Guns being the important part. You start amassing a nice little collection of guns living in the off-brand middle of nowhere. You're Hispanic, you're not Middle Eastern. So now you don't even stand out because, a guy named Mohammed walking down, Keynes Avenue, we'll say, in Camden, is going to stand out like a sore thumb. And the normal, but, Chico Chico claims to be from Puerto Rico goes walking down that same street. He ain't going to get the same look. He ain't going to get the same, he's not going to pull the same vibe.
I agree.
So now you amass a bunch of guns, and then you have homebrew domestic terrorism. Then you have shit like, oh, look at this. The ball's going to drop on New Year's. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Didn't they bust some dude that had planned some big
California
attack on New Year's Eve?
Right.
California?
California, but you know what? It's interesting. They never laid out details on that plan and who was all involved and all that stuff, did they? None of us can.
I noticed that the details were very sparse.
Yes. It's a miracle how that happens. Like, my dog started to lift his leg. Guess what? I caught my dog about to pee on the floor. Well, maybe he was just scratching. He didn't actually pee on the floor, so we'll never know. But it's things like this, like, it's worrying. Like, I can see, like I said, there's good stuff that has come out of this. Maybe he's looking at stuff that we haven't seen. But you went under.
It may have been something about just throwing the FBI a bone because I think they're a little worried about Bongino having found out shit and now he's leaving the FBI to go back on his radio show and they might be afraid of what he's going to say.
Well, Melissa just said Bush didn't go to war. No, but you know what Bush did do? He landed on an aircraft carrier in a fighter jet he was flying. Because he actually was a pilot in the military.
Yes, he was. Bush Sr. you're talking about, right?
Bush Jr. Bush Sr. was a CIA agent. Actually, he was head of the CIA for a while.
That might have been, but Bush Sr. was a pilot in World War II.
Yes. Yes, you are correct. And Bush Jr. was in the military and a pilot as well. And that's the whole, I want to say that was during the mission accomplished with the banner on the thing. But he actually landed on that. He flew in flying the jet and landed on that deck.
He flew for the Texas Army Reserve, I think. And yes, he flew jets.
Let me see. See if I can pull this up.
Maybe it was Texas National Guard or something like that.
Could be.
I know he was not. He was not
Yeah, he wasn't like well, none of them are ever. Well, that's not true. You got Teddy Roosevelt, Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson took like what 10 men and went and captured fucking Texas back from Mexico or something. San Juan.
Yeah, but those back in the day. I mean, you had Kennedy. He was a PT boat lieutenant. Actually, I think Trump, or it might have been Biden. I can't remember, but one of those two was the first president we had that never did any military service. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just pulling something up, Bob.
Oh, okay.
It's out of the AP archive. Let me lock it in. I don't know why this shit doesn't want to find what I'm looking. Oh, because I should have closed it. Let me blow it back up. What the fuck? Bastard. There it is. I don't know why it made me go into properties for it. There you go.
That's an S3 Viking.
Yep.
That's a 2-seater. I almost guarantee you he's not flying the plane.
Biden did service in the what you call it? And that is that's a beautiful jet right there. Don't need to see him completely taxiing.
Those are the kind of planes we had when I was
in the flight suit.
They actually worked with one of my ships that I was on, the Vreeland Knox class. So they would scout ahead, drop sonar buoys and shit like that, and we would have the torpedoes that would take out the subs that they found. They also could carry one torpedo.
What's up, Perry? Good to see you, brother. Merry New Year, Perry. And Merry Christmas, or Krishna, or whatever you celebrated. Merriness to you. Ha 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 ha. Make sure you guys smash the damn like button.
By the way, Happy New Year.
So yeah, it's just one of those damn things where, do I think Trump's making all these calls? I don't. I never hold, like, even Obama, all of them. They're all kind of sock puppets for something. It's just we all expected Trump to be different, and he's playing this like playing it like everybody else, and it's disappointing to me. It's disheartening.
Well, I find that different, okay, because just watching Trump and his personality and how he acts, I think that he is at least signing off on anything.
Oh, yeah, well, that's just it. It's not like Biden, where if you told me Biden okayed all this shit, I'd be like, well, if Venezuela wasn't half blown up and, like, people falling out of aircraft as they're evacuating, then I'd be like, oh yeah, Biden definitely signed off on this. But no, I do think Trump is making the decisions.
I don't know that he's making the decisions. I think they come up with the ideas.
Mm-hmm. But he says yes, do it.
And he says yes to it, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. It's not like, I mean, Biden's presidency, that was the saddest part of his damn presidency, was that he obviously didn't even know half the shit that was going on during his presidency.
Well, Biden's particularly the last 2 years, Biden's presidency unfortunately reminded me of my wife
Oh
because
no.
she went through the same thing that I think he's going through,
The
only
this
she did it a lot faster.
so disconnection and
Yeah, she didn't,
she couldn't
you know,
remember.
there towards the end, she did not remember who I was.
That's terrible, Bob.
Well, I mean, I basically
Hey
had to
man,
quit working to
God
stay
bless
home.
you for, you know what I mean? Look, God bless you for staying with her
Well,
and
of course.
guiding her through it. Well, you don't understand. There's a thing now where men will abandon the moment shit gets rough. Not all men have
Not
that
real men.
have yeah, not all men have that grit and God bless you for that one, brother. May your God bless you cuz it takes real grit. It's real easy when things are good to hang in there and enjoy life. It's when stuff starts hitting you like that you find out who you really fucking are. You know, you there's so many people that I know that when everything was great, man, they hung the hell in there real strong and were right by your side. And the moment shit goes bad, they bail the fuck out.
I think that's what Biden's going through now.
Yeah. Which, as much as I think the guy's a scumbag, you know, the one thing I can say, and the man is Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
The one thing I can say that's good about him is he definitely loves his father
Oh, I agree.
and stands behind him and defends him regardless. So, like I said, complete scumbag in all these different respects, but that one part of him, I can respect him for that. It's respectable to me.
I'll give him that one part, but not much else. But anyhow, I don't know how we got off on that, man.
Oh, I mean, it's just side notes because we're talking about like presidency and like did Trump sign off on this? Because for me, like I said, I see it as a Rubio thing. I don't see it as a Trump.
I think I think you're right about that. I think that definitely came from Rubio. And I would not be surprised if you look at who contributed to Rubio's presidential run, because remember, he was a candidate at one
Yeah,
time.
oh yeah, little Marco.
I bet you will find a lot of money from the oil and gas industry.
Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, like I said, I think the other part is hearing, because you look at the ones that are Cuban American senators and
Yeah, they're all out
congressmen
in
and all that,
Miami.
right? Yeah, well, and Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is another one
Texas.
who I'll guarantee you is elated by this shit.
Oh, man. The one who's most disappointed, I think, is Graham.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Lindsey Graham wanted much more death, destruction,
He wanted a
everything else.
he wanted a full scale invasion because what's in his area? Military builders
Yep. Yeah, I
like
mean, we
Boeing.
and of course Paris Island's here. Military
Oh,
funded.
that's right. I forgot you were down in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. I'm just outside Paris Island.
Ah,
Yeah, these poor bastards get sent here to you know, get their backs broken and all that other stuff, and they're like, oh my god, it's so hot and soggy here, and this is all rough and everything. And I'm like, yo, that's my backyard. I enjoy it here. Like I chose to live here. Um, yeah, my whole thing is if we're going to be an empire, if we're going to be an American empire, then let's start with Mexico and just start working our way down and just take over all of South America. Let's just let's just take it all over.
Mm.
Let's absorb everything, turn it into one country, one big
How
ass,
far down do you go?
all the way to the southern tip of South America. Let's just take all of it. If we're going to be a conquering empire, then let's be a conquering empire.
I think the United States is the only country to have fought in a war and not kept the territory that they conquered. I think the United States is the only one that's ever done that in history.
I think you're right.
Oh, speak
Well,
of the devil. Look who's on the TV. You're a senator. I got it turned down. I don't know what he's saying, but he's on the TV.
who Lindsey Graham?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, well, they're probably reporting on how many deaths were in Venezuela, and he's rubbing his nipples right now while he's listing them off.
Probably.
That friggin' old evil nutsack. The only problem is, so if you guys want to know the truth, why Lindsey Graham keeps getting reelected, is because nobody ever primaries him, right? And the people that run against him are fucking like Mamdani.
Oh God.
In South Carolina. That ain't gonna happen. Like, it's not gonna happen down here.
No.
That's not how that works down here. I'm not going to have a whole big blow, like the whole thing. And I haven't watched any of the reactions. I mean, I keep seeing the videos for them, but haven't watched them. Apparently, like, a lot of the Democrats are like freaking out because of everything with, them going and catching Maduro and all this stuff, like kidnapping Maduro.
Why are they freaking out about it?
That's what I said too. I was like, I don't know what their panties are in a bunch over. I don't know if they're saying actual true stuff or untrue stuff. I'm not so upset that look, Maduro's a bad guy. No two ways about it. He's a bad dude. Like, he definitely
Putin.
Right. Putin's a bad dude too. We just took out, like, again, like, I'm applying the logic to people that, are friendly with America or people that we like. All of a sudden, Bodhi in India gets taken out by, gets captured by the leader of Pakistan. And then, what happens?
That's a tricky one down there.
Right. It's all tricky. And that's what I mean is you just, by doing this, my big thing is just internationally what was acceptable to everybody else. Same way, like, what is it? Geneva Convention. You can't assassinate a sovereign nation can't assassinate another sovereign nation's leader, right?
I believe that's in there, yes.
So this is one of those things. We've already done that. Right. I'm sure we have. I'm also pretty damn sure that's why the CIA, makes it look one way and it's completely a different, because there's no way we would have gotten Maduro, but we all know the CIA was involved in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, yeah. Like, didn't they say they were, like, tracking him for, like, months?
Dude, for months. Like, what he would wear, where he would go, his movement, like, everything. Matter of fact, apparently he tried to make it to a panic room, and they hit him so fast and so hard that he got the door open. And that was it. He was already nailed. He never got into the panic room because they knew his movements and knew exactly where everything was and just cut him off before he could either get in there or whatever. Or like he was opening the door and it was too late.
They had somebody on the inside. They had to have had somebody on the inside to map out every room in that house. And they had to build that house and practice it.
Yeah, well, that's what, what's his name? Raising Cain, who is a brilliant general, by the way. Look, shout out to our military. We do have top-notch, no bullshit military nowadays.
It helps us if we know the footprint of the house.
Right. But also don't forget technology. So we have stuff now. Like, my God, Bob. I don't know if you've ever seen like some of the modern tech. You have glasses basically like it's an eyepiece that goes over your eye, and everybody else that's wearing almost like it's like a microchip basically, like a little small microchip that you put into your helmet, on your chest, whatever. A squad leader can now look at a field of battle and it shows you where every one of your troops are. Right in
Yeah,
your
it's all
eyepiece.
integrated.
It's all integrated. Like we
Hey,
have
Stranded, you have a good night.
Stranded. Have a great night.
I know they got that monocle on the Apache, okay,
Oh yeah,
where that I think it's a 20 millimeter Gatling gun because we carried Apaches on the Trenton,
and wherever
and
you
whenever
look, that's where that gun goes.
that's where that gun would go if
Yep,
it was engaged that way.
and that's old tech.
Well, yeah, that was shit. That
Now,
was 30 years ago.
now you've got like basically equivalent of Superman's X-ray vision crossed with like some tech that you only saw in sci-fi when I was a kid, where it's literally giving you like it's this distance and this how fast it's moving and this is the approximated vector that you're going to be shooting at to hit it. Like it's actually leading the target for you now. Things like that. It's crazy. The tech we have. It's fucking insane. But
We had
my thing is, do you think Trump's going to be in trouble for this at all? Because I also have another concern I'll raise in a minute here, but I just your opinion, Bob. Do you think Trump's going to be?
yeah. I don't think anything's going to happen to him. It depends, I think. Well, during the next election,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to look at it either one or two ways. Either, okay, the Dems win, they take over, and they can say, look, Trump's gone. We don't need to fuck with him no more. Or they can say, we're going to put him on trial for, violating the,
Geneva Convention.
yeah. But I think it's just easier if they just say, fuck it, Trump's gone. Let's see what else we can fuck up. That's if the
I
Dems
agree.
win.
I agree. But what I also could foresee, because again, this would be a mistake, a huge ass mistake on Democrats' part, right? I could see them going, no, we need to impeach him and rushing an impeachment and everything else. I can
Are you
also,
talking about the next coming election?
right? Yeah, I'm talking about 2026.
Oh, okay.
Let's say they get in power, right? They impeach him. They get the votes. They actually do impeach him.
They can't unless they get 2/3 of a majority of the Senate to go along with it.
Okay.
And I don't care how good they do it, they cannot get 2/3 of the Senate. So yes, they can impeach him in the House, but it goes same as happened last time. It goes nowhere.
Right. However, I'm going to put it to you this way. I think the smartest play for the Republicans is to impeach him.
For the Republicans to impeach him?
Correct.
Any Republican in the House that votes to impeach Trump is done. They're cooked. They'll never win again.
So this is the difference in our two strategies, right? My strategy would be this. What happens if Trump gets impeached? Let's say they impeach him, they remove him from office.
They can't remove him for an impeachment.
Well, if they full on impeach him,
they'd have to.
It's game over.
If he gets removed,
okay. Let's
then
say
JD would take over.
Correct. Because at that point, it would already be past 2 years into Trump's term. Does that count against J.D. Vance for the 2028 election? So he can still
No, it
run.
does not.
Right.
Twice.
So the smart move for Republicans, if the Democrats
Yep.
are foolish enough, you're 1,000% right. The smart move by Democrats is to just leave Trump in there and just lame duck his ass, vote against anything he does, right? Until he's until the 2028 election. The dumb move would be to impeach him. If I were a Republican, I would go to Trump and be like, "We are voting to impeach you. What you're
And we're
going
going to remove you."
And then JD Vance
and JD would get 10 years.
Correct. Because then JD
That's
Vance.
devious.
Yeah. And that's the way I would play that hand of poker.
Remind me not to piss you off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing is it's long strategy. It's long strategy. Because then you look at it and it's like, okay, so what we need you to do, Trump, is we need you to set JD up with everything you were going to do, everything that's populist, popular, and everything else. Let him run the country for the next year and a half, 2 years, whatever time frame he's got. And then go into that next election with him super popular, having done like all these things. Well, I followed through on president. It's a shame the Democrats and all this, and yes, the Republicans, but the Republicans had no choice in the matter, and it was clear Trump did this, so JD would have to denounce Trump to an extent. However, the reward they would reap could be the next 3 election cycles.
Yeah, but politicians are nothing. They're not
self-serving.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, they don't think that way, which is why they get their asses handed to them a lot of times.
I don't know. I think politicians are very self-serving as far as getting reelected. I mean, look how your damn senator's been a senator since I've been alive.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I mean, he's clearly been gay as long as you've been alive too.
I don't know about all that.
Well, that's because he, doesn't come out and say he's gay. But if you can't look at Lindsey Graham and tell that, like,
he's definitely a little light in the loafers.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, but I don't know him like you guys down south do, or down South Carolina. Hang on, time for another beer.
Tell you what, Ian, that's a good question, but do you trust JD Vance? I don't know that I do. I've said that the whole time. There's something about Vance that there's a smugness to him. He's a good politician, make no mistake. But there is a certain smugness to JD Vance that worries me. Almost like I know better than you do and everything else. And I mean, I know what background he comes from and all that, but something about JD Vance that I don't know. Definitely something about Marco that I don't like.
He seems a little fake to me. JD is
right.
There's something off. It's sort of like me and Erica Kirk. I don't know what it is about her, but something's not sitting well with me. JD's kind of the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like with Erica Kirk, to me, like I said, I don't think she had a hand in Charlie's death. I don't. But yeah, I agree with you, Bob. She doesn't seem entirely genuine. Like something seems fake. Could just be that she was always the cheerleader that was snooty and all that kind of stuff and never humble, and now she's trying to act humble. I don't know.
I got through most of this life listening to my gut.
And your gut tells you something's wrong.
Yeah. And it doesn't tell me what it is. It just tells me something's off here.
Yeah.
And I've gotten out of a lot of trouble by that.
Right. See, like a similar story here. Most of the reason why I made it through half the shit I made it through was trusting my gut and survival instinct. Learning, and it was from sometimes I fucked up and just learn from my mistakes. Learn from these oopsie, or what have you. But yeah, it's usually my gut that saves my ass in the end. Like something doesn't feel right, then you know to get your ass to cover. And
I told you about the story when I was coming to the bus stop and after going to a movie and at the mall in North Charleston, right?
no, that's a new story, Bob.
So there was this movie I wanted to see, and it was playing at the mall in North Charleston, and I didn't have a car, so I had to take the bus. So I took the bus to go down there, and it lets out. The movie does about I don't know, it's about 11 at night. So I'm walking. You know how the mall has a walkway that goes around the mall.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going on the walkway to go over to where the bus stop was, which was on the far side of the mall. And there's this great big guy. I mean, big dude. And he's ahead of me. And he turns the corner. And something in my gut told me, don't turn that corner. So I stopped. I walked out into the parking lot, which was empty. Right? And I walked to where I could see around the corner. And sure enough, that motherfucker was sitting there waiting on me to come around the corner. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I yelled at him. I said, well, what you going to do now? I know I'm fucking faster than you are. This is when I was a kid. And he just moseyed on. So I saw some guys working on a car. They were out in the parking lot underneath the big light. I walked over there and was like, hey, guys, how you doing? What's wrong with the car? I just sat there for like 40 minutes until the next bus was due to come by, and then I went to the bus stop. But it's your gut that tells you, hey, don't walk around that corner.
Yeah, but I used to joke my spider sense is tingling.
True.
Yeah, like there's definitely been a couple times where it's like, yeah, I don't know, something doesn't feel right here. Something doesn't feel right here. All right, guys, I'm leaving the party early. Like that happened. I think I've told this story before. I don't know if I told you this story or you were on when I told the story. Did I ever tell you the story about the time the guy set himself on fire at the party out in the woods?
No, I haven't heard it.
So we used to all party back in the woods and at this one spot called Carranza Memorial. And when I used to go out there all the time, right? Like all of us did. It was a small group of us. But then of course, you know how it goes when you're younger, you're like late teens, early 20s. People have big fucking mouths. So what happens? Party of like 10 of you guys hanging out, drinking your beer, nobody bothering each other, all this, hidden out in the woods at this spot turns into 20, turns into 30, turns into 40, turns into 50, like you said.
Then the cops come.
So, during winter, right, and then usually the cops come. Well, here it's park rangers, that kind of stuff. And since there was no cops in that town, it's all state troopers. So everybody's, like these parties have now gotten pretty big and they're like, oh, there's going to be a big one tonight and everything else. Well, there's this oil drum that was back there where you would, it got cold one night. So what do? It's wintertime in New Jersey out in the pines. Well, go grab some sticks off the ground, throw them in that oil can over there. Let's start a fire. So that's fine when you got like 10 to 15 people. You got a small fire going. Everybody's drinking around this oil can, all that kind of stuff. It's nice and everybody kind of stays warm. Well, that wasn't good enough when you got 50 people going. You need a bigger fire in there, right? People are throwing logs in this fucking thing and all this. Well, I decided I was like, yeah, you know what? you guys are all going to get busted. Something bad's going to happen. I'm not going. So I stayed home. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to be the nerd. So I went out there. Went, sure enough, everybody's kind of crazy. And I was like, I got that feeling. That spider sense started tingling. I leave. I'm like, yeah, you know what? And my buddy Guido, he listened to me. He always listened to my gut when my gut warned us of danger. And he was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to drive him back. So we leave the party. Not long after we had left, we get a couple of the guys that were out there that we were originally partying with show up at my place. And they're like, yo, bro, you're not going to believe what the fuck happened. Almost everybody got busted out there. Like, what happened? So the oil drum, they had filled it up with wood, trying to light it. But of course, it's wintertime, a little bit of snow on the ground. You know how it goes. Wood doesn't burn real easy. So one of the geniuses with a Jeep goes and grabs the old fuel canister. And it's not like one of these safety valve ones you got nowadays and all this. It's like an old metal fuel canister. Takes it and pours gasoline on the fire to get it started. Everybody's partying. Nobody's really paying attention. This asshole left the gas canister next to the barrel. So sparks start falling down. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody, like, now you got like little branches on the log snapping, falling off that are on fire next to it and all this. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this one dude, Guppy, who had only been out there a handful of times with us, sees it and is like, oh shit. Because he realizes, like, you know, like he just does the math in his head.
Good spot.
Man, if that hits the, because anybody, well, not everybody knows this. So it's really the fumes from the gasoline that you have to be concerned about. That's what's going to ignite and explode and all that stuff. It's not as much the liquid fuel is bad. The actual fumes coming off of it are the part you really need to fear. So Guppy grabs the gas can and yanks it away. And as he yanks it away, stream of gasoline comes off the tip, hits the fire. They said it just like, it was like electricity traveling up a line, like on a cartoon. But it was like this line of fire goes and flies. And because when he whipped it, he turned his body, it splashed on his back and his head. And he went up like a fucking tinderbox. Catches fire. They had they're panicking and everything else. People screaming, yelling, the whole 9 yards. There's a campground that's maybe, I'm not even going to say a quarter mile away, but that's where all the Rangers are. Actually, the campground is almost directly across from it. So the Rangers hear all this commotion and everything else. They come flying up. Here come the state troopers. Here comes a helicopter to lift him to Cooper Medical Center because he's burned so bad and all this over in Philly. Right. Like, yeah, and most of the people there, some people got in their trucks and just took the fuck off. Other people, there was a couple people that sat there like throwing dirt on him, snow, all kinds of, trying to put him out while he's rolling on the ground. But yeah, and they're like, why did you leave? And I'm like, I just had a bad feeling. And they're like, really? And like, my buddy Guido is just like, dude, I trust it. When he gets a bad feeling, he gets a bad feeling. Like, you watch your ass.
Yeah, well, he violated Bob's number one rule of life.
Don't be stupid.
The stupid shall be punished.
Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong, Bob. Well, you know what the thing is, though?
He was actually smart. He was a smart one.
If it hadn't been for him, there probably would have been a lot more people hurt. Right.
Yeah.
He actually, like, everybody called him a hero because if he hadn't done that, it was just dumb the way he pulled it away. But if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have, like, it could have been fatal to a lot of people. You would have
Oh
had
yeah.
not one guy taking a helicopter ride. You'd have had like 20.
Yeah, it is. You're correct about the fumes. It's not the liquid. I can put a cigarette out in a pool of gasoline as long as there's no fumes, have built
Right.
up, and then it'll go right out.
Yeah.
Anyhow, what else was on your list to chat about?
I mean, most of it was just taking the piss out of why all of a sudden we're becoming warlike. And if we're actually going to be an empire, let's be a fucking empire. Let's start conquering. You know what I mean?
We won't do that. American people wouldn't stand for it.
I mean, look, we just kidnapped a leader of a foreign country and brought him back, and people are chanting USA while they're parading him around. So it it's all in the way they spin it. I think. I think if all right, let's say we take down, let's say we go down to Venezuela, we control the government there, and everybody gets some money out of this. You think that would sway people?
That's. I think that's the whole plan.
Right. But what I'm saying is, do you think that would sway people?
Uh, there's a certain part of the public. I think that no matter what Trump does, they're going to be against it.
Yeah.
There, I had dinner with my daughter last night. Her uh, my future son-in-law, and this kind of came up, and she, unfortunately, and I don't know why, she's one of those.
No, that's
She
fine. My
hates
son's the same way. He hates Trump. Like, I mean, he
she
hates him.
hates Trump. Yeah,
Well, my son
and
hates him because his business, all the parts and everything he needs comes from like Belgium, France, like because it's a vacuum cleaner repair store, so everything is foreign made and sent here. So he's been hit with the fucking tariffs. So I can understand why my son, like, it's not even like social policy or anything. It's all like motherfucker is costing me a ton in my business right now.
Mary, I've asked her in the past, uh, why do you hate Trump so much? And she, with a dead look in her face, says, because he reminds me too much of you.
Well, that's
I'm like,
funny.
what'd I do?
Yeah, like that. Well, that's damn kind of a
There are a
crazy
lot of
answer.
things that he does that the way he does it, I would say that I have a lot of the same traits, and she does not like them.
That's fair.
But I'm her father, so what's she gonna do?
Right. Yeah, it's my problem with I don't hate Trump. I don't hate him. My
I
pro-
don't hate Trump. I don't love Trump. Okay, I judge Trump's actions. I don't give a fuck what he says, how he says it. I judge what he does. Just like Biden, I didn't, judge Biden. I judged Biden by his actions or inactions.
correct. That's just it. I don't hate Donald Trump. I do think my biggest thing with Donald Trump is I'm disappointed.
Okay, who's Jones has got a real name. You call him something
Ian.
else, right? Or she?
That's Ian.
Ian. What's this video he's talking about?
I don't know. I tend not to check those when I'm doing the stream
Yeah.
because it could be super informative and could tell us stuff that I'm overlooking when I'm talking and everything else. But at the same point in time, I'm painting and everything else, so I won't pay
Sure.
as much attention to it. The attention it deserves. You know what I mean?
I got you. I got you.
Um, not like I'm ignoring his video or whatever. I will check it out, Ian. But yeah, my thing is I'm disappointed because I wanted somebody who was going to break our government back down to what our government should be. and that is a service provided to us that we fucking pay for. And instead of just blowing it up more, or overblowing it, where the big fight should have been, well, the government shut down. Why? Because they refused to do the the continuing resolution.
They are.
Right. I didn't want a continuing resolution. I wanted them to be like, no, these are the fucking tax cuts that we've done. This is the fat that we've taken in, because that continuing resolution is all the way back from the continuing resolution of the continuing resolution from COVID. So it's still COVID funded government. Like, it's take us back to 2019. What was the budget then? How many extra trillions of dollars? There's a reason why our deficit is going up, this debt. We can't do that forever. Eventually shit will collapse. But the Republicans were just trying to kick the can down the road instead of actually taking action.
Well, I mean, they have done some things to reduce the budget. Hasn't he fired like 300,000 federal employees? Almost gotten rid of the Department of Education. I mean,
Right.
he has done some of those things.
And how much money has that saved us?
I do not know.
Not much. As much as you think. I mean, it's less than it was. But then again, it's like me saying, hey, Bob, you owe me $10. And you're like, yo, here's 50 cents. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, yeah, it just, first thing to do, in my opinion, when it comes to this shit, like, we have a problem, right? If somebody's got a huge credit card, you don't raise their limit on it. Instead, what you do is you cut the limit till they can pay back what's owed, right? But
I don't know. I have a hard and fast rule that any credit card I have gets paid off in full at the end of the month, period.
I mean, that's not a
But
bad rule.
it wasn't always that way. Okay.
Right. There's a
I
reason you
found
have that
my
rule.
wife. Well, what happened was my wife was taking care of all the finances in the house for 25 years, and I was working. And I found out later, after she passed, actually a little bit before, because I kind of had to take over all the finances, and I had to have my daughter help me with that because I didn't know anything about it. And she's like, well, Mom's only been making minimum payments on these credit cards for years.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, I'm out there. I'm flying every week. I'm staying in hotels every week. I have to buy dinner over there, and I had one credit card at the time that had a limit of $45,000, and I owed something like 30.
Oh, you're never climbing out. Yeah.
No, I climbed out of it. Okay.
No, I meant
then
not.
I canceled.
Not at minimum payment.
Not the way she was paying. Not the way she was paying it. No, I'd have been in debt the day I died, and not only would that debt would have passed on to my family, to my daughter. So, my daughter helped me basically consolidate all those credit cards into a single, basically a loan that I had to take out from the bank, and it paid off all the credit cards, and then I had to pay off that loan to the bank, which took me about a year to do because I was making good money back then. So now I just have the one credit card, and it gets paid off at the end of the month regardless. Because the interest on these fucking things is like 22%.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You think that's crazy? Some of the credit card offers I've been getting, and my credit is well into the 700s at this point. The APR on it, ready for this shit? 43%.
What?
Dude, that's
There's
where
got to be something illegal about that.
You would think, but no. This is what I'm saying is that interest rates and everything else are out of control. That's the stuff that needs to be brought down. That's how
agree.
young people are getting like DoorDash, Uber, and all this on their credit cards, and they have those 34 to 40 something percent interest rates on their shit. Can you imagine that? Like you're hungry for food, you get like something that would cost you $10, you put it on your credit card, and then it's automatically right up to like 13 and a half, $14. And that's if you pay it all off in the first shot, but you let it ride for a couple months. Holy shit, bro.
Um,
And
I will say,
Beans just
go
came
ahead.
in with something, right? She
Hey,
said
Beans.
Maduro was under a standing U.S. federal indictment since 2020. Yeah, you're correct. When they originally tried to do the regime change and it failed. The charges are narcotics trafficking and narco terrorism. The U.S. indictment allows for arrest without needing approval or international cooperation, different from an ICC warrant. Those rely on member states for enforcement. So that's just it. That means you're saying to me then that Maduro and his government fall under U.S. jurisdiction at that point.
I think she means Maduro personally, not
Right.
government. I think that's what she's saying.
Right. But the whole thing is here's my problem with that. At that point, then, why don't we just say that Putin is a narco terrorist? And then, or China, no, what's his name? Xi Jinping is a narco terrorist because he keeps sending the precursors to Mexico for fentanyl. So therefore, we should be able to go over there and just arrest him and bring him here to bring charges against him, right? Because technically,
You know the difference.
that's the truth. What's the difference? What's the difference between those two things?
The difference is Putin and Xi Jinping have nuclear weapons.
That's correct.
And this little fucker didn't.
Right. The difference is this guy is basically the equivalent of a popcorn fart, and you know,
Nobody really gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Other than people in Venezuela.
Yeah. Xi Jinping is Taco Tuesday at Taco Bell. Okay.
Now,
Like one of them.
if I was down there, if the person who should be worried here, I think, is whoever the fuck is running Colombia, because I think they're next.
I think it's Cuba. I think Cuba's next. I think they're going to say that they fund terrorism, assist Russia in some way, which they do. But, something like this, and I think that's where this leads is Cuba. If it was really all about drug trafficking, we would have gone and taken out Mexico.
True.
That is the bulk of the drugs that come into America. Like if we're actually, it's the equivalent of saying, well, I know this dude's a drug kingpin, but let's just arrest his street dealer. That's the difference in level between the two as far as Mexico and Venezuela goes when it comes to drugs.
Well, if you're right and little Marco's calling the shots, then I think you're correct because little Marco.
Right. It'll be personal.
Cuban. Yeah, it's personal. You're right.
Right. I don't trust our government. I don't. I've seen way too much shit. Actually, I know way too much shit too, where there's some stuff they do that I get it. You can't tell people about, right? There are certain things that have to happen behind the scenes and all that, and I want no part of that. But then there's other shit that we do that just personally benefits certain people. This one benefited donor class. Doesn't benefit me, like doesn't benefit you, Bob. No,
No, I mean,
taking Maduro out. What the fuck do I care about Venezuela? Just well, all the
it's going to
immigrants.
lower the gas prices by a nickel. Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's about
here's
right.
the thing: I haven't put gas in my truck in 6 months. I don't give a fuck. I drive my truck so little
I fill up.
that gas
Yeah,
prices don't mean anything to me.
yeah. Gas prices. That was one of the big things during the campaign too. Was I'm going to drill, baby, drill, and lower the price of gas. And for some people, man, that's a huge difference. Not going to lie. That makes all that for me. It doesn't make a difference. For you, it didn't make a difference. If you're doing like
It does for
Uber or
truckers.
for truckers, yes, for shipping and all that. And it's like, well, okay, so if that was the linchpin, then prices should have come way down the moment he got back in office and gas prices started to drop. Gas prices are down from what they were, but they're not seriously down. Not that I've seen. It's not like you're at
I,
like a
I agree.
dollar a gallon or some shit. And if anything, people are getting newer cars. The newer cars are more gas efficient to begin with.
I'm not getting a new car. My 2001 Ford Ranger runs like a top. And my Pontiac, or not my Pontiac, my wife's car, her Pontiac 2004 looks brand new. It's garage kept.
Yeah.
And she was so obsessive about this car. She used whenever she would drive it and it would get wet, she would have me dry it off in the garage. Take a towel out there and dry off the car.
So
That's why every time I go down to get a state inspection sticker, the guys who doing the state inspection like, hey, you want to sell it? You want to sell it?
Ian just said this, and he's right. Venezuela has more oil than the Saudis. He's not wrong. More
True.
oil in Venezuela than Saudi Arabia. The only problem is the quality of the oil and the refinery process that it has to go through to make it feasible.
And who's the only people that can refine it other than probably China or probably Venezuela itself?
Well, no,
The
Venezuela
only other
can't even
people that can
refine it. They have to send it off.
no, I thought we were the only people that could refine that kind of
Correct.
stuff.
Yeah, we can. China. I'd say probably Russia too. I don't know. Don't make that 100%, but I would think Russia as well would be able to refine it. But yeah, that's just it. You have a very limited amount of people that can refine that oil. What's that oil going to be
I'm gonna have
used
to take.
for? Do you think it's going into your gas tank to lower prices? I don't. I think what it's going towards
Uh,
is it's going to help with AI. I think that's going into AI companies to help them with their energy problem because right now, energy with current AI systems and as small as they are, I know it sounds stupid when I say that, but they're actually very small right now. The processing power and all the chips and all this shit that they're buying, the amount of power you're going to
has to
need
be cooled.
is going to be huge.
I had a company that I did one time. Uh, it was actually called Century Aluminum, and they would take bauxite, which is dirt, okay, and process it up until it became aluminum. And their processing plant needed so much electricity that they had to build their own electrical power station right next to it. And they used all the power, all the electricity from that plant. And it's a big plant just for processing bauxite. And these AI places that they're talking about building are going to need the same thing. I think that's what Trump was saying. He's going to let them build their own utility.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, it's definitely you're gonna make oil companies rich again.
Yep,
but
you're
but
right.
you need the American people to get rich. And I mean, I think I've told you this, right, Bob? My theory on what's going to happen with AI, how it all plays out.
I don't think so. I'm going to take my dog out.
Okay, go take your dog out. I'll
Hold on that.
No, you're good. But yeah, my bigger thing is, again, now, and Beans is agreeing with me too, I think, about the different in the crude where only certain things, and she's not wrong. My point is that I don't really give a shit about Venezuela. I give a shit about America, and they're not causing the bulk of the deaths from drugs. So let's throw that to one side, because if it was all about drugs, well, then we'd be going after Mexico. I think it is all about oil. I think it is all about donor class getting the infusement they exactly what they invested in by helping Trump to get elected. The problem is, again, it's not even I hate Trump. I'm just disappointed. I really hope that Trump was going to be about the American people and not the government of America, but the actual American people. What's good for us? What will help us? Now, tariffs, all that stuff. You know, Trump talked about doing away with the income tax. That could be interesting. I mean, can you guys imagine if we have no? I'll be all for that. All for this whole thing. If Trump comes out in the next few weeks, months, whatever, and says, "Hey guys, because of the oil we just seized in Venezuela, Americans will not have to pay income tax in the year 2026." Could you fucking imagine? That would be amazing. Got as much chance of Ian in the chat getting pregnant as that happening, but you know, we can always wish. We can always hope. Or even better, hey guys, I'm paying off 5 trillion of the debt. So we're back down to 33 trillion instead of 38. I don't care about what the fuck do I care about Venezuela being rich? That that does not put more money in my pocket. It puts more money in Venezuela's pocket, and people aren't starving to death and all that stuff. But yeah, what do I care about Venezuela being rich? I don't. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm to that point where I don't give a shit about other countries and how they're struggling in dealing with strife. I care about my own country that takes 40 grand out of my ass every year. I care about the people in this country that are veterans that don't get health care, but we give them to illegal immigrants. I care about our fucking country because I'm not a Venezuelan. I'm an American. And even if I was a Venezuelan living in America, then I would care about this country because that would be the one that I pledge allegiance to the flag. That would be my home. I agree. I understand. Well, that wasn't personally directed at you. I'm just saying in general. So don't take it like a personal attack or anything. I'm saying it like,
who'd you piss off, Gam?
Oh, nobody. I've realized this, that I'll talk or whatever, and then have to make sure that I clarify exactly what I'm talking about, because otherwise I do piss people off. But yeah, I can't. I care about America only. You know, it's the same way if I'm going to go ham about, well, Israel got nailed on October 7th, you know, I may I may comment on their response to it or whatever. I'm also not an Israeli citizen. It's if they're, you know, but my government that I actually do pay for is sending the missiles and shit and all this. That's where I start commenting, because that affects me. That affects my tax dollar. I'm technically culpable in that because I help fund it through my government. So that's where I'm at with it. It's like, but I'm done with it. Like I don't want to send people like Argentina. We just sent however many billions of dollars to Argentina. You know what? God bless Argentina. I wish you all the fucking best, but I'd much rather have some vet with PTSD from the Gulf War or whatever be treated for free by a highly respectable medical professional with that money. Exactly.
I'm laughing because, I go to the vet. All right. That's my primary provider.
The VA.
Yeah. And you have two types of doctors in the VA.
Oh, I know.
You have very young doctors
Mm-hmm.
who just graduated from freaking boot camp, in my opinion, and they're doing their first intern or whatever.
Right.
And then you got very old doctors who suck so bad they can't get their own practice out in the real world, so they go and work for the VA. Those
Right.
are the two type of doctors you have at the VA.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is how about some respectable doctors there?
Yeah.
Because
VA can't pay him enough.
right. Exactly. But I bet you if they had a $50 billion infusion directly into the VA specifically for veterans health to fund doctors, I bet you they get better treatment somehow. I don't know. Call me kooky.
There's another reason. I forgot the other reason. Did you know you cannot sue a VA doctor if he or she fucks up?
Oh yeah.
You can't sue them.
Yeah, they're government issue.
Whereas, you go out to some surgeon or you go out to some doctor out in town and, they accidentally cut off the wrong freaking limb, you can sue that doctor. Can't. You go into the VA to have your left arm amputated and they amputate your right arm instead? Nothing you can do about it.
Yep, you're screwed. No recourse.
That's socialized medicine for you.
See, there you go. So, Ian, I do like that point. And that's why I said not everything with this is bad. Some of it is good, right? Like, if it prevents, trying to get in this type of weapon, if it's okay, that's great. That, as Beans highlighted to us, that is not why Trump went in there. If Trump had come out to the American public and been like, look, Venezuela is doing these deals with China, it puts America at risk. They're doing this kind of deal with Russia, it's putting it at risk. Unfortunately, that's not what he came out and said. He said, no, they're trafficking drugs into America and killing hundreds of thousands of people with fentanyl. Bro, you know the difference between Venezuela and Mexico? I do. I'm not even the president, and I know that difference. So it's like you went in there under the fundamental understanding that this was all about drugs. It's just be upfront with us. The American people aren't stupid. We're not blind. Like there was a point in time where we didn't have information, where we couldn't see all these different possibilities. People nowadays understand, okay, this is a potential threat. Smart and reasonable. China's making a deal with them. They're getting the oil. This is what it's doing in turn to America and everything else. You're saying that shit as an after fact. Your initial stated goal was to stop drug smuggling, which is why you're blowing up all the cigar boats or cigarette boats. So you have to again. So did Trump lie to us the first time? Is he lying to us? That's where your problem is. Just tell us the fucking truth. We're the American people. We, unfortunately, even if we don't like it, I'll take somebody saying, "Gam, your painting fucking sucks. I hate what you just did with that figure." versus somebody telling me, hey, GAM, that looks really nice. You're doing a great job with it. And then behind the scenes is like, yo, that is the ugliest shit I ever saw. I can at least respect you one way. I may not like what you said, but I'll respect you.
You know, it's funny
Oh,
because
hold on. Beans just threw it out. Hold on, Bob. You ready for this? Cuban president talked smack on Trump today. Is Cuba next? Colombia, thoughts? I've already
I
said.
was
Go ahead.
I was reading the the ticker that comes across. I have Fox on, and it just said, uh, "Little Marco just expressed a warning to the leadership of Cuba," and
And,
then Beans put that comment just within a minute, and I was like, "Yeah, Cuba be next."
and what have I been saying the whole time I've been streaming tonight, Bob?
You were saying that. You were saying that.
I've been saying it the whole time. Cuba's next because this isn't just about business as usual or neocon warmongering or anything else. It's also personal for Marco Rubio. He's Secretary of State. He's taken on what, 2 jobs now? Because he's Secretary of State and something else. And he's the first one to do
Isn't
it.
he in charge of Venezuela now too?
Probably, but that's just
He was
it.
one of the guys standing behind Trump when he says, "These guys behind me."
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Now I think about that, Bob. That's a good call out. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is this little Marco's revenge right here.
I think you're right.
And yeah, I've been saying it the whole time. I think Cuba's next. I really do. You're gonna have Ted Cruz way on board with it. You'll have Marco, but I mean, we flip Cuba over. Then what's next? Colombia might be next. That could be after it. If it's actually about drugs, then Colombia and Mexico are done. Like they might as well, like whoever's the president, just might as well move over to Russia or China or something because they're fucked. If
I
this
think
is
Iran's after.
if this is about some old school blood vendetta bullshit, then yeah, we'll see it end with Cuba.
I don't know. I don't know much about Marco. I, I didn't really. I know he's from Florida, and he's got Cuban descent and all that.
That's all you need to know. I mean,
I
he's
kind of liked it during the debate when Trump would call him Little Marco with the water.
yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I mean, Trump did humiliate him. He humiliated Ted Cruz too, but
Oh, lying Ted.
good old Lion Ted.
You got to admit, and this is probably why, uh, I agree with Trump on some things. I disagree with him on others. But as far as politicians go, he is funny as shit. And he was the first funny politician that I've ever known.
Reagan was pretty funny too. But the one thing I do like about Trump, the one thing, everybody can say about Trump is this. He beat Biden, like his dynasty, because that was, first he beat Biden, then Kamala, right? But he beat both of them. Same time, too. Like, beat the hell out of both of them, even though he lost to Biden the first go around. But he beat him the second time.
Oh, yeah. He lost to him.
He beat Hillary, who was the successor to Obama.
Yep.
He took out Jeb Bush, so he took out the Bushes, so he took out some of the most powerful political families. And he was just right off the rip, took out Jeb Bush.
I think that's why he's hated on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he destroyed people's legacies, man. Like, cause Hillary, it should have been Hillary.
God
Like,
knows how many women, or how many people she's given the nod to.
dude, Hillary Clinton, I have nothing but disdain for her for nothing more than one word: Benghazi.
Oh my God.
They asked for help for how long? She was Secretary of State and she ignored it. And then they got ambushed, overrun, and everything. I didn't know how any human or like American could even think about electing her after that shit. Like, you don't abandon our people. It was the same way I did. I was like, there's no way that Biden wins re-election in any universe with what happened in Afghanistan. Hmm. Eugene's right. He also took out Paul Ryan.
Oh, well, to be honest with you, I'm not crying any tears over that one.
I mean, there is one person that you will always agree with 100% of the time on this planet, Beans, yourself. I mean, don't exclude yourself. Like, you'll always agree with your own take. Well, most times anyway, but you can 100% agree. It's not about 100% agreement either. You know, I do call I you know how it goes. I like to call balls and strikes. And this one to me, I don't like it. No sir, I didn't like it. Now, some people out there think this is great. And, hey, I hope those people are right and I'm wrong. The same thing I said on Iran too, right? When we bombed Iran. I hope this is just a one and done and that's it. Good GG, slap each other on the butt, and GG stands for good game, by the way, Bob. It's nerd talk. But, good game.
Yeah, I was wondering what the hell that was.
Yeah, and it means good game. Like, you say it when you win, you say it when you lose. Good game, right? Like, well played, that kind of thing. And like, if somebody says, because in chat you don't want to type out "good game," takes too long, so you just put in GGWP. Good game, well played. Like, you played well. Um, it just shows you're a good sport. But
Oh hell,
I hope I'm
that would
wrong.
never come out of my that would never come out of my mouth because I'm not a good sport.
Yeah, well, I hope we don't see offshoots. I hope that they don't go after Cuba. I hope we don't bomb Iran again. I hope that Maduro, like, this is the end of it. I don't think it's going to be.
They're already threatening Cuba. I mean, they said it on the TV. I think that whoever is making these decisions knows
What's up, Rebel, by the way? Whoever.
that, you know, Trump's only got 3 years. So whatever their agenda that they have, they got to get it done before the midterms.
Well, he doesn't have 3 years. He's got the countdown clock has already started. He's got 10 months.
I agree. And they know that as well.
Right. But what do you use those 10 months for? Go and take out Maduro? Or do you use those 10 months to really turn the economy around, like, hard? Make it where people are making have more money in their pocket and everything's starting to go way better, and then go into those polls? Maybe you retain the House. Maybe your popularity goes up. All this other stuff. I think that is, I'm going to say that's the big complaint of the voters right now. We want to make America great again. We want America first. And instead, you're focused on foreign policy.
I think there's so many young people who just hate Trump that no matter what they do, they're going to lose the midterms.
Beans is well, beans. That's some of that's natural, and so I can explain Iran to you, but yeah, yeah. Beans is asking about people waving American flags and Iran in the streets while they're protesting.
Oh, they'll get shot. Unless the Ayatollah goes to that chalet in Switzerland I was telling you about.
So, what is going on in Iran? Protests have gone on. I'm going to say we're entering a week of them protesting. But what has happened over in Iran is when the Israelis did their strikes, they took out their water plants, their treatment plants, and everything else. You guys might remember they were showing video and all this stuff where you had just water flooding the streets in Iran after some of the Israeli strikes. They targeted their water infrastructure. They haven't been able to repair it. So people are dying from lack of water, and they are holding Ayatollah Khamenei responsible for it. And they've just had enough. Now, I also think, me just, personal opinion, looking at it outside of the box, I also think our CIA and probably the Mossad are in there and really stoking things. But yeah, there's probably going to be a regime change over in Iran. We're probably going to see that real soon here. On top of it, Trump threatened that if Ayatollah Khamenei guns down those protesters, then we will get involved and basically get revenge for him.
That's a mistake.
That right there is a very scary thought. We don't need to be in. Get the fuck out of Sandland. If we're going to do anything, let's go. Like Britain should go invade Pakistan. This is going to be a hot take. Britain should go invade Pakistan, right? Take it over, like do what the British Empire did originally, and just take over Pakistan, and then all those migrants that are in the UK be like, okay, you can't stay here anymore. We took it back, so now you have to go here, and just ship them all out of their country, and you'll save Britain and Pakistan at the same time.
Doesn't Pakistan have nukes?
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
That would be a little difficult to do.
I mean, not if you disable the nukes.
It'd have to be done from the inside.
Well, that's what James Bond's for, brother.
No, I'm saying it's sort of like.
I know.
Yeah.
You
got to get the people to turn against their government.
Right. And that's what's happening. And usually the way to foment that is you have somebody who is, like you said, inside. Usually it's our CIA. Usually it is Mossad, MI6, hell, even French intelligence. It's one of the intel agencies that have people inside that get to a base level, find out where the pocket of resistance is, and then starts boosting them somehow in one way or another. You just have to plant the idea in the head that they can win. And then you need some kind of big backup, like, I don't know, Trump saying, hey, if you mess with these protesters, we're going to bomb you. And then you go off to the races.
Goddamn money.
A lot of money.
My money.
Your money, my money, everybody's money. And that's part of the problem. Yeah, that's just it though. Right? We sent a bunch of pamphlets down to Japan. Well, now it works a little different, brother. Now you have the internet. And All you have to do is just make sure that whatever company, YouTube, whatever one is Al Jazeera approved, I think it is. I think it's Al Jazeera over there. Am I right, Bob? Am I wrong? Beans, am I right? Am I
That's the
wrong?
media company.
Okay. So you just need like their website to show video of Trump giving that speech and then have that company boost it in the algorithm where it plays on a loop. You'll
I
inspire
see Al
people.
Jazeera as like our CNN.
Yeah.
The only problem is they don't have a differing opinion over there, so they only see CNN.
Yeah. I believe it. Yeah, I mean it's little things like that. Like there's little subterfuge things you can do that build resistance.
There's just a lot of shit going on. I didn't really expect, to be honest with you.
Mm. That's so. And Beans just pointed it out. What's up, Mister? Good to see you, brother. Beans just pointed it out. That's one of the theories going around too. Is so they have cloud seeding. You've heard of that, right?
Hmm.
Supposedly there is some kind of weather instrument in play that's making it where it's not raining. So like where it would normally rain, like I don't know, even just an inch of rainfall, you're not even getting that inch of rainfall. It's
I
complete
wonder if that's why
water.
California is flooding out.
Nah, it's
Because
flooding
Southern
out.
California
The
doesn't get that kind of rain.
no, California. It's the grease from Gavin's hair gel that it's
That I
blocking
can
out.
believe.
It's blocking the cloud flow. That's all.
When I was working in San Diego, it got so little rain that if it did rain, there was like 100 car wrecks in a day because they hadn't gotten any rain, and the oil from all these jalopy cars would soak down into the pavement.
Oh
And
yeah,
as soon as there was any little water, it was like skating rinks down there.
yeah, that would make sense.
Now all of a sudden they're getting 8, 9, 10, 12 inches of rain. There's something going on there.
Who knows? I mean, I don't know anymore. You'd rather have a nuke than an EMP? I would rather hit somebody with an EMP than a nuke. EMP, you can focus. It's not going to damage the environment. It's just going to destroy all electronics on the ground. So you cut off all forms of information. Most computers or most cars have computers in them and nowadays, so it's going to shut them down. You can always go in and rebuild afterwards. It'll disable the whole power field and everything. Basically, like send somebody back to the Stone Age with an AMP. With a nuke, once that detonates, what's it, 10,000 years of half life on,
Radiation.
yeah, on the radiation. So, like, you got to wait to repopulate. You can conquer a lot easier with an EMP. I don't know. I mean, reality is, I just wish we kind of would fixate on what we can solve here. And also, why the hell is our Congress like off for half the year? Didn't they just have a break? I mean, they're working so hard, those guys. I've never seen somebody work. They must get obscene vacation time.
I got a different viewpoint on it.
On what, Congress?
Yeah, they fuck things up so bad. Why don't we let them have more time off? They got less time to fuck it up.
Yeah, you're kind of not wrong on that one, Bob. You're kind of not wrong.
Every time they seem to get together, my goddamn taxes go up.
Yeah. That's also not wrong. They really do fuck things up.
And the only smart ones, okay, I'll give you one smart congressperson that I know of, and I'm sure that there are others. But that is Trey Gowdy. You know what makes him smart?
He got out.
He quit. He said, "Fuck it, I'm out of here."
Yeah, he was actually a senator.
Was he a senator, or I thought he was a
Yeah,
congressperson?
he was. I believe he was the senator, and Tim Scott is the one who replaced him.
No, Trey Gowdy's in South Carolina.
So is Tim Scott.
He's in Florida.
No, that's Byron Donalds, who's a congressman.
Oh,
Tim Scott. Wait,
check me. I don't think I'm wrong.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the chat's never wrong. Somebody will check it.
But
All right, guys. So Tim Scott, is he senator or congressman, and is he in South Carolina, or is either way he's in South Carolina?
Tim Scott.
Yep.
You may be right about that.
Yeah, Tim
Donaldson.
Scott. Yeah, Donaldson's Florida, 100%. Tim Scott though replaced Trey Gowdy though, I thought, as senator.
I think Trey Gowdy was a representative from South Carolina.
Tim Scott is a senator. And was Trey Gowdy a senator or a congressman, guys?
No, he was congressman. Yeah, well, I can look it up.
Some reason I thought he was a senator.
Okay. We've got a computer here. We can look shit up. Trey Gowdy. American politician. And he represented South Carolina's 4th Congressional District.
So he was a congressman. So then who took his place? Nancy Mace?
I do not know that.
Yeah, because I know currently it's Graham, and like I said, I was pretty sure it was Tim Scott. They were both senators, but I thought Trey Gowdy was a senator too for some reason. I didn't think he was.
A guy named William Timmons.
Damn.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, I was going to say I've heard of Nancy Mace, never heard of William Timmons. Well, best of luck to you there, Mr. Timmons, whoever the fuck you are.
Let's see, Wikipedia.
Yeah, Ian's like, we bitch and complain and everything else, but who wouldn't get involved in this mess without the corruption? Yeah, it's kind of a good point.
Timmons was actually a South Carolina state senator. Not a federal, but a state senator.
Well, I can tell you who's going to be against the whole weed reform thing. These motherfuckers.
Weed reform?
So, South Carolina, for years now, they've had this thing. I don't even remember I think it's called the CARES Act, or CARE Act, in the Senate/House to allow medical marijuana in the state of South Carolina. And it was brought by a man who is a veteran who lost, I can't remember if he is just in a wheelchair or he lost his legs or what, but tremendous amount of pain. And he brought it like helped draft the bill and had all the input in on it because he didn't want to. The only thing he uses to treat his condition is marijuana. And he wanted to do it legal and have it where it was medical grade and all this. And first, I'm trying to remember how it went. The first time it came up for a vote, they shot it down immediately because I want to say the bill was written in the Senate and the House argued that any bill that is going to come in and written in the law like this has to start in the House. So they shut it down on that round of voting. Fast forward a year or two later, and they brought it back, and this time the House basically did the same exact bill and then the Senate shut it down. Like they basically just had no intention of ever passing this bill.
Is weed legal in South Carolina?
Fucking you have a better chance of fucking fentanyl being legal than weed at this point.
Hell, weed's legal in Virginia. My daughter grows it in her backyard.
Right. It's not in South Carolina. It is. You will go. I mean, full on felony counts and shit. I believe they don't fuck around with it down here, like at all. You get caught with weed, you might as well have gotten caught with cocaine. Yeah, they don't even have medicinal. Like you can't even just get medicinal marijuana down here. It's like a big no-no, which is insane. Mainly because of tobacco and stuff like that, but you got to realize this is the prime environment. Like if you were going to just grow weed, you can just sprinkle it on the ground, the seeds on the ground here, and it'll pop up on its own as long as a deer doesn't eat it. So like absolutely not all that kind of stuff down there.
So, is Mister a pilot? Because he told Beans, he says he's not done yet. He's got to fly to Salt Lake City because I know what SLC stands for tomorrow. So is he a pilot?
Actually, Mister told me to keep this on the down low. He's actually a porn star, and he's doing the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City tomorrow.
Salt Lake City.
Yeah, so it's a bunch of Mormon wives, and Mister comes in wearing a cowboy hat and nothing else. And the cowboy hat covers his face, so guys, you'll never get to see Mister's face in one of them. But you'll know Mister, from other things. He's got telltale signs. Now, Mister.
Not to pry, I just saw that.
No, I believe Mister is an electrical engineer. Am I right, guys? Mister, am I right? Am I wrong? He's big brain science, believe it or not. Still hangs out and drops in and says hi to me and stuff, even though I'm like little brain. But yeah, he's big brain science. Yeah, he works in the circuit board manufacturing industry, Bob. Yeah, Mister's actually very, very like if you have side conversations. I always enjoy talking to Mister because he's very science minded, um, very intelligent dude. Great guy.
Well, he sounds like he travels as much as I used to. I used to travel every week.
Yeah, it's just the industry he chose.
I actually didn't choose my industry. My industry chose me.
Nice.
It was weird the way I got into SAP. And yes, that's what it's called. It's not called SAP.
It's called SAP.
No, it's called SAP.
Not this argument again.
But, yeah. But I think I told you my captain asked me to go work with those IBM guys because they didn't know shit about how to do maintenance.
Yeah. They just kept calling it SAP.
Well, no, they convinced me to call it SAP. But did I tell you when we were going to teach the people over at Summa SAP and we brought in Ray Sweet Cheeks?
No. Well,
That-
maybe.
uh,
Sounds familiar.
okay. They all just thought I was crazy because we brought in the famous gay dude who was extremely smart. And they all just turned around and looked at me, and I was like, pay attention to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. You did tell us about that one.
that was that was a very interesting training session because he was flamboyant as hell. But he's a good guy.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's just it. It's that's one of those things where I don't judge people by stuff like you know, never by race, never by religion, this kind of thing. It's always been how do they interact with me? How were they as a human? Like how were you as an actual human being to everybody around you? Stuff like this.
Yeah, that's where you got to be. Treat people how they are. I don't judge you for who you're sleeping with. I don't judge you by who you vote for.
Well, hold
I
on.
judge you on
I
how
would
you
like
react to me.
I would like to correct one record. I will judge you by who you're sleeping with if who you're sleeping with is under a certain age.
Oh, well, yeah, 100%. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Those people got to go. I don't think there should be
Wood
any,
chipper.
like, exactly. If it's proven, you got to go. No time in jail. I'm not paying for you to set your ass in jail. Wood
Yeah.
chipper. I agree with you.
Yep. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
another thing I dislike. I have to pay for all these people to sit in jail, and it's my money. I'm paying for it when they shouldn't be on this earth.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
There was a comedian, uh, Ron White. You ever heard of him?
Oh, hell yeah, I've heard of Ron White.
He tells this joke. He's from Texas, and most of his gig, he's supposed to be half drunk or drunk, and he's talking about, they're protesting, they're putting some guy uh, to death in one state or another, and he's like, in this state, they're protesting this guy because it took them, 12 years to finally execute this dude. He says, in Texas, we got a fucking express lane. You perform a murder that's been witnessed with more than two people, you don't go to jail. You go straight to the big house and meet Sparky or something along those lines. It's funny as shit the way he delivers it, not the way I do.
Gotcha.
But I was like, yep, there you go.
Yeah, like Mister just said, yeah, tater salad. They call me tater salad.
Yeah. See, we don't have any comedians like that anymore.
It's because they're not allowed to be like that anymore. That's been outlawed for a while now.
That's the cancel police, right?
Yep. People get all offended and outraged because somebody made a joke. So I got to be careful. I mean, I've lost subscribers because of jokes I've made. And like, I'm not even that funny.
I've thought about starting my own channel, but I probably wouldn't get any subscribers at all.
I mean, give it a shot. It's worst case scenario, you do well and have to do it all the time.
That's a job.
Nah. Dude, for me, this is like, what do I get to do today, Bob? I get to work on my model, right? Or my 3D print. I get to paint and all that, so I'm kind of relaxing, clearing the brain there. I get to have a good conversation with good people, people in the chat, all that kind of stuff. Like, it's actually kind of rewarding and relaxing, but it also depends on what you're doing. you know. Um,
Well, I mean, you got the models, okay? So that's sort of and don't take this badly. It's sort of your stick.
right.
That's what you
Well,
like to do.
I mean, yeah, Mister calls them my dolls, but yeah, same difference.
Uh, Me, I'm just an old man drinking beer, full of opinions. Nobody, and that's what I really, that's what I miss. You know,
People drinking beer and having
I'm
opinions.
no, I miss somebody being here, listening to my opinions. Not
That
saying,
I understand.
not a lot of people can understand that, but
Yeah, I get it. But you know something, Bob? Tell me something.
mm,
I
good.
streamed 3 times this week. How many times have you been on here talking with me?
At least twice.
At least twice. So that's what I'm saying, man. You know, Danny, shout out to him, David. Those guys, they're over in the UK. They shut down their voice. They can't even have opinions. They're not allowed to. They're supposed to go to jail for having them. They will always have a voice
Yeah,
on
I
my
saw that.
platform. You told me a long time ago. You said this to me one time, and it resonated with me. You said thank you. What for? What the hell did I do? Like thank you because I wasn't alone tonight. And yeah, that
Man, that sounds
always
depressing when you tell me that.
yeah it does, doesn't it? But the fact of the matter is,
Yeah.
I also understood. So you know what I mean. I think I
I
told
do.
you at that point in time, you're never alone. You got us. You got people to bounce stuff off of. I'm just, where I'm at with things is I'm just fortunate that people come in here, listen. They do hit the like button, they do subscribe, they come back and add their opinions in. Sometimes their opinions I don't agree with. Sometimes I have opinions they don't agree with. But we all can have a conversation and just keep rocking and rolling.
I like when Danny's on the chat. I just kind of like the accent.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
that's my daughter. My daughter told me one time. She's like, guys with accents are more attractive. I'm like, what? And she's like, just they are. And I'm like, whatever. It was her
yeah,
thing, you know.
whatever.
But it's different. That's all.
Right. Well, with Danny, like Danny's big thing is usually when he gets in here, the conversation turns right to religion. So some
I've
people,
noticed.
some people are all right with that. Other people just tune right the hell out. But he's always
Eh,
welcome to come on and talk about it too, because he should be.
absolutely.
Like that's just it. I think that's one of those things we got over here in America where somebody goes to cut off YouTube goes to cut off my free speech. Um, well, guess what? I'll just go to Rumble. Guess what? I'll go and broadcast on Twitter. I'll do whatever, but I don't care if I have to just use Discord. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's just right now, YouTube is the one that broadcasts out. Almost everybody has it readily available that owns a Google phone. It's automatically installed. Um, and I set up for it. But the moment they try to silence me from sharing opinions, because I flat out, if I really was doing live streaming during COVID, I probably would have been kicked off the platform. Because
You said Rumble's automatically downloaded on an iPhone?
no, Google is Google. YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rumble
Google
isn't. You
is.
have to specifically install the app. Just from my perspective of using Rumble, I'm not a huge fan. I don't know. I didn't like it. Like it doesn't feel intuitive to use. It's a lot harder to find people's content. Like I had people that actually were like, "Hey man, subscribe to me on Rumble," and I'm like, "All right." Went on Rumble, and then it was like pulling teeth to figure out how to find them out of lists and stuff. Like they don't have it down. Where Google really took YouTube and incorporated stuff and built it up. But Rumble's still young. They're still building their platform out, so it's different.
Didn't Dan Bongino have something to do with forming Rumble?
I don't know. I don't know. There was another one. There was some social media network that they killed. Wasn't Truth. Truth's still around. There was another one that started to take off, and it was super like right wing, and they were 1,000%. You can say whatever the hell you want on our platform, and they killed it. And I can't remember the name of it. That's how important that shit is now. That was before Elon had bought Twitter and all that kind of stuff. And I think
Yeah.
like before Rumble, I can't remember what it was called. Somebody in the chat's going to know. They're going to be like, "Oh, you're talking about." Ian nailed it. Parlor.
Parlor.
That's exactly right. Yeah, they massacred. They murdered that platform. They just killed it. I was still watching Tim Pool when all that shit was going down. That's how long ago that was. Yeah, they killed but Parlor was like, it was a free speech platform, and like the guy was staunch on it and everything else, and they just came in and the government just killed him. And then once they took the momentum, because it started to gain momentum, once they killed it off the app stores or whatever, and you had to go to a website and download it and all this, that was pretty much it for him.
Yeah, Bongino didn't start Rumble, but he moved to Rumble.
Yeah.
When his YouTube got permanently banned because he was talking about the COVID-19 pandemic.
Right. That would make sense. I mean, my whole thing is Bongino thinks he's going to come out of government life and go right back, slip right back into civilian life. If his first like stream back isn't about here's some of the dark shit that I saw when I was in the FBI, nobody is going to want to hear anything that comes out of his mouth. And also, if he comes out and says, here's all the dark shit I saw in the FBI, everybody's going to say the same damn thing. Why didn't you do anything about it? You were in there. You were second in command. You could have. And if they push back on you, you could have come onto a platform and just talked about it. Why didn't you do shit?
Yeah, I personally think he just went back to get the money. I mean, what do they pay government guys at his rate? He was an SES probably. So they're paying top notch about 160, 170,000 a year. Whereas he's doing his podcast on Rumble. He's probably making a couple mil.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think if he's expecting to make that again, I don't see it happening. I could be wrong here, but I don't see it happening. Because before he went in, most people looked at him like he was an expert who was calling out the government on the bullshit that they were doing. Then he got the chance to go in there and change everything, and nothing has changed. It's all stayed the same.
Yeah, you may be right, but I still think his motivation is money.
Yeah, I mean, and you may not be wrong. I mean, I think his motivation is he wanted to save as much of his reputation as possible to try and make that money before Pam Bondi and Cash Patel evaporated it by doing all the shit they did. Remember, he announced he was quitting before everything happened with the Epstein files this second go around. Things like this, like I think he saw what was coming down the pipe and was just, or down the pike, and was like, oh no, I need to get the hell out. I need to distance myself from this bullshit because I can't go back on TV and tell people Epstein completely did kill himself. Show me evidence to the contrary and get away with it again. I don't think people are going to buy it this time, guys. And they were probably like, you know what? Then fuck off.
We'll say that I think that this year is going to be interesting.
Oh, it's going to be a fucking
A lot of shit coming on.
yeah. It's going to be an interesting year, and it's going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those years where I'm going to be on here going, I don't understand what the fuck is going on, guys. What can somebody tell me how all this is making sense? I have this weird feeling that it's going to be one of those years where I'm going to need somebody to explain to me, like, oh, well, you see, the reason why we are in the midst of sending troops over to, the China Sea is, or, yeah, well, we had to go bomb
Hang on a
Iran.
sec.
What's that, Rogue? Rogue said, howdy, Jones. That's Mr. Ian to you, sir. Oh.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No, you're fine. You're
Yeah, I
fine.
had to talk to my son before he goes to bed. He goes to bed every night, 11 o'clock. And we always talk about what we got coming up tomorrow, or what we got to do. Or
Yeah, I
it's
got
a
you.
routine.
That's fine. You never have to explain, Bob.
Mm. So Rogue's in the chat. How you doing?
Good old Rogue there. Still waiting for him to tell us when his wedding date is.
Rogue's getting married?
Yeah, he popped the question on New Year's. She said yes. She said that.
Well, I'm glad it was a she.
Well, yeah.
You never know these days.
No, you don't even know the half of why what you just said is hysterical either, Bob.
Fill me in.
My God, I've told this story ad nauseum at this point, but it's always funny to tell it again.
I haven't heard it.
So Rogue had this buddy named Bane, and he met him playing video games, just the same way Rogue met me, right? But we used to tease Rogue all the time and be like, yo, that dude's like hitting on your, wants to be your boyfriend or something. Rogue's like, he's married, he's got kids. I'm like, bro, anytime you're in like an Xbox party with all of us, he comes in and pulls you out of it, takes you off to a different game, and takes you away from all of us. It's almost like he's jealous that you're hanging out with other people. Like he's acting like he's your boyfriend. So we started calling Rogue gay. You know how guys do, right?
Yeah, I know how guys do.
Yeah. You're gay and all that, right? And Rogue, that ain't very nice. You all need Jesus, is what Rogue would say. So next thing we know, this dude Vane, he splits up with his wife. Splits up with the wife and gets together with this other quote unquote girl. Now, the only person who found out about this was Rogue, and Rogue made us all swear to secrecy when he told us the truth. Guy gets together with this girl. Girl and him, hot and heavy for a minute there, and all of a sudden he gets these dogs or whatever. She breaks up with him and takes his dogs, steals his dogs. Well, that's when he admitted to Rogue that the she was actually a transgender he who had the bottom surgery.
Oh.
Supposedly had the bottom surgery and the top surgery. All of a sudden, it dawns on Rogue that good old Bane was actually trying to give him the old, actually did have an eye on Rogue. He kept trying to get Rogue to meet up with him, hang out with him, and all that kind of stuff.
You talking about in person?
In person. And Rogue was like,
Okay,
nah,
well,
man.
I like you guys, but I ain't meeting none of y'all in person.
Right. Right. Well, that was Rogue's thing. Rogue almost came and visit me one time, come shooting guns or whatever. Guy shit, but man, I'm also married and like not even like about that kind of life. But yeah, this dude turned out he was in a relationship with a tranny.
Okay, so after he broke up the relationship with the trainee, he was trying to hook up with Rogue.
No, he was trying to hook up with Rogue before the relationship with the tranny. The tranny broke up he left his wife for the tranny. And then dude broke up with the tranny and kept trying to come back to Rogue, right? Rogue's not gay or anything. It never, right? But he tried to put the moves back on Rogue and then got back together with the tranny again. And married it.
Okay. I always thought I had an interesting life, but y'all fuckers are fucked up.
Man, that's just from playing video games together too that we met these each other. You imagine what it would have been like if we were in the military or something. Jeez.
Misrepresenting a bit, GAM.
Oh, there you go. Here's Rogue now. He'll explain it to you. Go ahead. Tell him, Rogue.
Hello, Rogue. This
is
Bob.
What's up, Bob? How's it going?
Well, I'm about 4 beers in. You tell me.
I hear you. So he went away from his wife with 2 or 3 boys. I forget which it was.
Now, wait a minute. Who's he?
Yeah. So the one guy's name is Vane, the one that was like gay for Rogue. But yeah, his wife had like 3 kids with him.
Okay, so Vane.
Yeah, and he had already been with her, divorced her, remarried her, and then divorced her again, went to Tennessee, met this individual, and then I saw the pictures like, dude, that's a dude. He pretty much fessed up to it or whatever. Okay, like whatever, I guess. Well, he found out it was serial cheating behind his back whenever he would be going working because he did contracting work. And he hired a PI and everything on this person. So he ends up finally leaving this individual after we're all like, get out of there. This transgender individual stole his 2 service dogs because he's a vet and went to Georgia where he met someone else who's an actual woman, started dating this chick, and then starts looking for a house, claims that he found a mortgage with an interest rate of like, was it 2-point-something percent, 3-point-something percent?
Yeah, it's 2%, and in the market was it what was it, 7% for a standard
VA loan? But
it was it was 5% for the VA.
But this was back during like when houses were sky high for interest rates. Not that they're great now, but it was like at its worst. So we're like, okay, you're full of crap, whatever. Well, he then is like, well, so and so, the transgender, they're trying to get back in touch with me, apologizing and all this on Instagram. Like, dude, fuck them. Well, anyways, GAM even has what, hour and a half heart to heart with this dude. Wow, wasn't it, GAM?
Yeah, I told him, I was like, yo, that's what happened with me and my ex. You need some shit, you gotta leave. And now granted, I knew it was a tranny because Rogue had told me it was a tranny. The dude I'm talking to thinks I'm talking about a chick because he hasn't told us it's a tranny, but because Rogue has swore me to secrecy that I know it's a tranny, I can't tell them that.
And it is obvious if you actually see pictures of this person.
Oh yeah.
They did not do a good job if there was actual cosmetic surgery. Ways. So he's like, yeah, I guess y'all are right. Well, then next thing I know, he disappears for like 3 days. Then he comes back, says that pretty much the chick that he was seeing wanted to move in with him, and it was too soon, so he broke up with her, and then got back with the transgender person and married this person within a 3-day time. After that, he goes on talking about how he's going to, like, how he wants it to meet his kids and stuff. When I'm like, yeah, no, can't deal with this. So I cut ties with him. And he still tries to message me, friend request me every once in a while.
Okay. Rogue.
Yeah.
I do have a suggestion for you.
What's that?
You may not like it. I would say drink heavily. That's all.
Well, no, because Rogue's about to marry from everything I've seen, a very upstanding, very nice young lady.
Yeah, but he sounds like he's been through some shit.
Oh, GAM and them put me through just about as much, just not the transgender department.
Good God Almighty.
Yeah,
Okay, I've not personally had an interaction with the trainee, but my older brother did. He told me about it. He was in the Marine Corps. He was placed in the Marine Corps, very much like I was placed in the Navy. And he said he went to the Philippines and
a lady boy.
he didn't know it he didn't know it at the time. And he told me, he's like, I woke up and this was a training boarding. And he says, I almost killed him. And I'm like, well, thank God you didn't do that, because they put you in the freaking Marine Corps because you'd already beat some guy half to death. And he's like, yeah, I got to watch it when I go to the Philippines.
Oh.
That's the only training type experience, and that's not my experience. It's just a story that I got from my brother. That's a lot to take in there, sir.
Sounds like it.
Probably literally.
Poor Rogue. Rogue just wanted to have fun, play video games, thought dude was in the same games as him and stuff. Nope, dude was into Rogue. And since Rogue had hung out with like me, and my buddy Twisted, David, Johnny Twisted's brother, and all that, we're all good people like this. You know, he didn't think nothing of it.
Maybe you should take that as a compliment.
Somewhat questionable people like GAM and Twisted. Play Twisted.
I am a little questionable, but not like Twisted's questionable.
Oh no, I'm not saying you're the same as Twisted. That's a very, very hard bar to beat.
Yeah, but I still love Twisted because, well, yeah, he's my brother. He just has certain appetites when it comes to things that aren't standard. Well, kind of are standard, but aren't standard. Yeah. I mean, nothing illegal or illicit. It's just, can I say, he likes multiple girls at the same time. So
let's just say that he was very open about his adult activities.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Hey, as long as you're adult, you can do what you like.
Oh yeah, well that's just it. Yeah, and that's just it. No kids hurt in the making of this film. Oh, he had plenty of skin in the game. That wasn't his problem. A little too much for my liking. But.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm glad you kind of cleared that up, Rogue, because it was confusing me.
The whole situation was
Gotcha.
confused. You think you were confused? You should have seen Rogue with this dude, like figuring out that hey, he really was kind of into Rogue for Rogue and not for the video games they were playing.
And you met this dude in real life?
No, go ahead.
No.
Explain
No,
that
I
part.
met another guy that actually met through him, but this other dude's a Marine. Actually has a solid head on his head shoulders. He's not actually crazy.
Yeah,
But I don't think that I'm ever crossed circles with Panzer, but
yeah,
he's
I
all
did.
right. He actually ended up blocking Vane as well.
Yeah, I met Panzer once or twice, but that's just it. Like the whole thing was Vane kept trying to meet up with Rogue. Like he would take jobs, like much like how Mister has to travel for work, Vane would travel for work too, and he kept taking jobs that were like in a couple hours drive distance from Rogue, and be like, "Hey, what you up to? Can I come by and visit?" and all this kind of stuff. And Rogue be like, "No."
But you had a transvestite stalker.
Well, he wasn't. He wasn't a transvestite.
Contractor. I think he did like insulation for nuclear plants or something like that.
Well, I'm
But,
assuming
GAM?
you're no longer in that environment, and you're going to get married
Oh,
to
no.
what Gam says, a very nice young lady.
Yeah, I mean, she's not. She's a like. She's a fantastic girl. Like she's marriage material, Bob. You know how you meet those girls that are like, oh yeah, that's
Absolutely.
this one you can spend the rest of your. That's the type of girl he actually proposed to. I'm actually happy she said yes, because I don't know the whole story about a tranny lover chasing me. I might not. I might have said no if I were her, but
Well,
she saw past it.
congratulations, sir.
Well, thank you. GAM, as is, she's actually in the room right now. She was clutching her pearls a second ago. I had to explain what I meant by what I was saying about Twisted, because I guess I never mentioned Twisted to her.
Oh!
God,
You've
She was
never.
gasping about that.
Oh yeah. Well,
you got some splaining to do when you get off.
not
the phone.
really. I mean, the whole big joke with Twisted, with Rogue, right? Because Rogue always disapproved of everything that Twisted would say. But the big thing with Rogue was that's the whole running joke. Y'all need Jesus, because Rogue said it to him maybe once or twice, but we treated it like Rogue said it to him every time they talked. Because Rogue was kind of caught off guard and shocked by a lot of the stuff Twisted would talk about. He'd be like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, I mean, when he brought up the whole, like, the bed frame knob and stuff, like, chill.
No, the best was, it was a bed knob. And I'm trying to think how to put this politely. That he used the bed knob on somebody. And in a very uncomfortable spot on them, and they enjoyed it or whatever. But he didn't say a bed knob. He said a bed post. We're like, what the fuck? He meant a bed knob.
This whole conversation is kind of making me a little uncomfortable.
Trust me, you think you're uncomfortable. Try and be Rogue.
Worse.
Rogue led a very quiet, sheltered life up until us.
I guess the moral of the story is don't be gaming online.
Yeah, be careful of the people you choose to game
you better
with.
be prepared if you do.
Yeah, be careful of who you game online with.
But you can flip that on its head and say that you meet some of the best people you'll ever meet.
That's true.
By doing so at the same time.
I mean, I've often said this. Rogue has got to be one of the most pure people, like pure human beings as far as heart goes and all that kind of stuff that I've ever met in my life.
Rebel, that's just not right, man. It's funny as shit, but that's just wrong.
Dude, and you know what? Mr. just said, remember, we used to say that to Twisted all the time. Exactly that. Not you ruined my favorite movie, but is your favorite movie Bed Knobs and Broomsticks?
Wait a minute, Beans. What do you mean we were having a conversation that was so inappropriate you had to leave the chat? What were we talking about? I don't remember. And I'm sorry if I offended you. Beans is a great person. I don't know who she is, but I know she's good.
She's a great person. I don't know. Well, no, I'm trying to think what the last conversation we had was.
God knows what it was. Probably something very. She's probably
the
right.
last time. I think the last time I was in was when I think Sheree jumped in along with Danny Boss. We were
Sheree.
I think some theological topics came
No,
up.
no.
No,
You're talking
Devin.
about right, but
Devin.
now we don't call her Devin anymore. We call her Devon. It sounds more exotic.
Oh, Devon. Okay. Well, it was Devon and Danny Boss.
I know you're talking to me, Beans. I just don't know what the subject was that made you that uncomfortable.
Bob was 5 beers in, 5.5 possibly.
And don't call me Mister because I work for a living, or I used to work for a living.
Off topic, Gam, but have you heard anything out of Hacksaw lately?
You know, now that you mention it, I haven't. And I feel like maybe I should do a wellness check on him soon. Because Hacksaw had so many health conditions. Not hearing from him, and he reaches out to me here and there. Like he would reach out to me, but since Twisted does a lot of mud trucking, builds his own mud trucks. Matter of fact, I think he was restoring a 69 Stingray, if I'm not mistaken. He found in a barn. So he hasn't been online as much, only here and there. And he was working a lot and all this. And he used to follow Twisted around all the time. Hacksaw did. So I have no idea. But I know Hacksaw had reached out to me, said, hey, man, what's going on? And all that kind of stuff. Hopefully he's all right, though. Shout out to him. Last I heard, his kid got into college.
Okay.
And he was doing all right, but I don't know.
What about Dark Skull? Have you heard anything out of him?
Dark Skull was in the chat one time. Like, he dropped in, watched, said hi to me or whatever. He was still playing Atlas. And had to go back to work. It was still under Biden and couldn't afford it, so he had to go back to work. Couldn't even afford his medication anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah, I miss playing with the old gang.
Yeah, I mean,
back in peak Atlas.
Too. Yeah. Different time. It's like you guys had I'm just trying to remember I can't even remember what our last conversation was about. I have to go watch the stream again.
I'm guessing there's still no word on Sheree.
She's gone radio silent as far as I know.
Yeah.
Still radio silent.
Yeah. I sent her a message, like I do for every holiday. But yeah, still nothing. Like I said, I know life comes at you fast sometimes. Hopefully she didn't get more than she can handle and everything's good. But
it's funny how many people, whether she knows it or not, and I'm assuming Sheree is a female.
Yes.
But it's funny how many people whose lives she's touched, and she may not even know it.
I mean, I've definitely told her that before.
That's odd.
Because ABL's lives or whatever, You know, shout out to ABL or what have you. But Sheree, everybody who went in there, I remember having to hop in there and tell them, like, yeah, she's not going to be around for a while, all this other stuff. And, like, there was people when I was waiting in there for his show to start so I could tell everybody. So many different people hopping in, like, hey, Sheree, hey, Sheree, hey, Sheree, hey, Sheree. Like, it was, because ABL is always, like, 45 minutes late for his own show or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like during that time, like when it was like 8:10 or something like that, and like people filtering in and just immediately like, hey, Sheree. And then people like, has anybody heard from Sheree? Any of this stuff? And it's like, no. And then, but yeah, everybody loved her. She's great people. I got to say, she always had my back. And, we all deal with our shit. Some stuff in life comes at us fast and we got to deal with it. So whatever happened, I just hope everything's good for her and it works out. And she's always welcome back whenever. I have no problems at all with her ever coming back.
Well, fellers, I just figured I would jump in and clear the story up a bit for he seemed confused and holler at you for a minute, GAM. But
okay.
Gotta get back, see if there's anything else I need to do approving on the wedding planning.
Good shit, dude. Congratulations again, Rogie.
Absolutely,
Thank you,
Rogue.
sir.
And good luck on the wedding.
Appreciate it. And to answer your question from earlier, GAM, it's going to be June 6th.
Wow. All right. You guys having it? You guys having an actual church and stuff?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, you're going to a church, huh?
Yeah, I'm not religious.
Me and my wife went down. Me and my wife went down to the justice of the police or justice of the peace in Woodbine, Georgia. There was me, my wife, the justice and his wife, and that was the only people that were there. And they gave me a half day off of work to go do that.
Yeah, mine was a courthouse. Courthouse in Burlington. We went and did it because we had a discussion. It was like, well, we can start saving for a house and building up money, or we can have a nice wedding. It was like, yeah, I'd rather the house. So, but for you guys, yeah,
y'all have a good one.
You have yourself one of them there good ones, Rogue, and shout out to her. Don't worry, he's a good one there, lady. If you're listening, can hear the sounds of my voices.
Thank you.
Oh, she sounds nice just from hearing them. You got to keep her there.
Bob made a judgment on the voice in 30 seconds.
Absolutely, that's what Bob does.
But I'll be back in on Wednesday night, GAM. I'll see you then.
All right, brother. I'll see you Wednesday. Care. Good night, brother.
She did sound nice.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to Rogue or whatever, he really is. He is one of the purest people I've ever met on the internet, right? And the fact that he actually found somebody he's settling down with or was willing to pop the quiet, all that kind of stuff is, that's awesome. He's a pretty good judge of character. He's gotten to be that way. So if he's like, yeah, she's amazing. She's this, she's that. He's been talking about her for a long time now. Nothing like on my streams. Just, Rogue and I talking to each other. Same way Smurf and I don't always talk on stream. We'll talk to each other outside of streaming. So, yeah, he's always said she's amazing and all this ever since he started dating her. So I'm actually happy for him. Some guys are like
Yeah,
they're you know how it goes, Bob. You got those buddies that are like, yo, you sure you want to marry this one or whatever? With me, I kept asking them like, when are you gonna pop the question? Because she sounded like a keeper.
just now she sounded like a keeper. Thank you. Very sweet.
Yeah.
Looks like Misty's
Mister,
got
yeah, Mister, have a
packet.
great night, brother. Thank you, man. We always appreciate you. Yeah, it is interesting, but you're right. Like, how many lives Sheree touched? Like you were saying, I say the same thing. I say that about Beans too. I say that about a lot of you guys. Like, I don't think you realize how many people you've actually touched either, Bob, as far as the online shit goes. There's never
I've
gonna
thought about it over the years,
there's
and there's good.
no, I was gonna say there's never gonna be a time when I think of a shorter statured person wearing like big, thick, steel-toed boots, kicking a guy
Careful what you
square in the
say.
nuts. That I won't ever be able to not picture you telling the story.
Yeah,
No-
well, that's just what happened. But you know, I've done, I don't know, probably 15 different projects, different companies, and interacted with hundreds of people, literally hundreds of people. And I could call, and I have. I've called up guys that I worked with 12, 13 years ago. And they're all like, there's this guy, Woody. His name's Woody, up in Massachusetts. You know, I can go a year without texting him, without calling him. And I can just call him on the phone because I still got his phone number. And he's like, "Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?" And it's like right there, like we picked up right, like we saw each other yesterday. So I know that I've actually, I don't know why, but people tend to remember me.
yeah, especially
I
guys in
find that comforting.
casinos.
Well, I find that comforting. I don't know why. Well, the guys in the casinos, they don't remember me because I just walked away, or actually I got carried away. In that case,
Yeah, I mean, I have guys that like my old assistant managers and stuff. I've gotten calls over the years. I don't even really talk to anybody anymore. Like, yeah, okay, I do my YouTube thing. I talk to you guys all the time, right? Throw my voice out there, all this. But there was a point in time where I couldn't go to sleep without tripping over, four drunk people that were sleeping on my floor, stuff like this. And when it came to work, my assistant managers and all that, I always helped build their careers and everything else. I've had guys where I haven't talked to them in like 6, 7, 8, 10 years that out of nowhere, like my cell phone blows up. I don't even have the number saved off. I'm like, hey, what's up? And it's like, oh, it's, we'll just say Joe. And he was like my assistant manager like 11, 12 years ago. And he's like, hey, brother, I'm having this happen with work. This is my two opportunity. What do I do? And it's just like, it gives you a good feeling like, I actually, what I say actually kind of matters. But what I'm talking
yeah,
about,
that's nice.
yeah, but I'm not talking about people in that kind of space. I'm talking about the online space, Bob. Online's a little bit different,
Mm,
because you're never actually going to ever meet me in person, right? Stuff like that. But
that's correct.
the whole thing is, I still feel like I know you to an extent, not like as much as anybody can know anybody else for the most part when it comes to not actually breathing air with them. Like, for example,
I
you're
think you probably know me fairly well.
Right. So this is what I mean. Um, Granted, people can throw you for a loop, but for the most part, you do get a feeling for who people are at their core after a certain amount of time. And I don't think you realize like just the impact you have. Like here you go. We got a lot of people that used to watch ABL pretty religiously, and before you ever hopped into a voice chat with me, everybody would know. Like you'd come in, hey, look, it's Chesapeake Bob. Because you used to
True.
call, because you used to call in the ABL and be like, "Hey, it's Chesapeake Bob, and this is what's going on, and everything else." You don't realize how many people your voice actually reaches.
Mm. It's kind of. I'm sitting here while you're talking about that, and the thought in my head is going through like just how small this world is.
I mean, it's small but huge
It's
at the same time.
with true, very true.
Yeah, I mean, you're like thinking about how small the world actually is. Yeah, it's small but huge at the same time.
I watch the news and they're talking about these places, and in my head, I'm thinking, I've been there. I've been there. I've been there too. And they seem like very, very far away places, but at least to me, I'm like, yeah, Somalia's hot, dry, windy. I know. I've been there.
You know what's the worst part about
Syria.
Somalia, right?
No. Mm,
It's full of
the
Somalians.
people. Exactly right. And then we imported a ton of them into fucking little Mogadishu, which you can call Minneapolis.
Yeah.
I still regret not knocking that woman on her butt. Missed opportunities, missed opportunities.
Nah, it's probably a good thing.
Eh, probably so. Besides, I've never hit a woman in my life.
You see what they're saying in the chat about deleting like social media because of fake people?
Yeah, I see that, but I don't have any social media, so I don't have to delete it.
Yeah, I mean, the only one I still got is Facebook, but I legit only checked to see if my grandma's posted anything because last time I was on there, I was pretty disgusted.
Why?
All kinds of different reasons. So like both left and right, they definitely, from everything I've seen, and I don't dwell on Twitter, I never have. YouTube, at least you have videos that last anywhere from 10 minutes to like 2 hours. And you can kind of get a feel for who people are. You can have conversations, stuff like this, right? It's really why I don't do videos. I do mainly live streaming. Um, with like Facebook and shit like that, I had one guy, his daughter decided that she was actually transgender, all this kind of stuff. And the shit that I saw posted was just abhorrent. And then on the other side of it, I have a lot of people that I know that are people of color. And like one of the black dudes or whatever had posted like himself in a MAGA hat. Like he was like he switched over to a Trump voter. And the amount of names that he was called under that picture was just abhorrent. And it wasn't even people. I was like, do you know some of these people? And he's like, I don't know. Like a third of them. Like there's like a third of these people that I might know. And it was just like, you name it. Any derogatory slur for a black person that you could call. And it was all over. I was like, people fucking disgust me. Like, you know, the one dude's like posting about like my daughter comes in, tells me she's transgender and wants to be a guy and all this, you know, and I'm just gonna accept that it's my child and they're great and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, I don't agree with that, but I'm not gonna shit post, you know, and tell you how you're a bad parent and all this other stuff. Because you could tell like his post was very conflicted on how he should deal with it. And like some of the shit people were saying to him was just like, what the fuck? Like, you should kill yourself, like, you name it. And I'm like, bro, like, man, it went a lot worse than that. But yeah, it was shit like that. And I'm watching it and I was like, this is just like a cesspool. Like, I don't want to be associated with this shit.
Didn't I see a story a little while back about some young kid? I don't know how old he was, but he ended up taking his own life because some social media platform, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, there was some troll on there telling him he should shoot himself. And
Oh
he
yeah,
did.
that happens.
Didn't I see a story?
Yeah, I'm sure you did. But you know what? At the same point in time, like, it also speaks to the strength of character of that person too, that they actually took their own life, you know, because somebody said something mean to him.
Maybe he was just young.
Right.
Okay?
And that's what I mean. Even if you're just young, then you know what you do? You just turn it the fuck off. But maybe we're just
my son.
We're in a different society. That's all, Bob. Like back in my day, like
I agree.
My best friends are the ones who said the nastiest shit to me. And we used to do it as a game.
My son is not on any social media.
Smart.
Other than YouTube. He has YouTube. But he's not on Instagram or Telegraph or whatever,
Right.
Twitter. He doesn't have any of that. And I know this because the only thing he has is a tablet. Okay. And it's got access to the internet and he uses it. But I have him bring it to me, open it up, and I look through his history.
There you go. That's being a good parent.
About every month. And he's like, okay, he might have gone to some porn websites that I didn't bring up.
Well, yeah, but you know,
he's not a kid. He's not a kid.
Right. He's just having a little private time there, Bob.
That's his business. I don't ask him about it. I don't embarrass him about it.
Right.
But I do check on it. And he's like, why do you need to see it? I said, because I pay for it.
Ah, that's a good answer.
Which I do. So, my daughter tells me that I'm, what is it? She says, overbearing. And I'm like, no, I'm just
smart.
I'm just making sure that, he's not talking to some she who wants to meet up with him down the block.
I mean, I wouldn't be worried about the she. I would be more worried about detrimental things, putting stuff in his head that is either unrealistic or is something that will definitely hurt him in the long run. There are so many people out there that say fucked up things just to get the reaction they want out of somebody. It's why, I don't know. It's fucked up. Some people do actually get their jollies by ruining somebody else's day, life, whatever.
She asked me one time, she's like, "Did you do that with me?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." And I also told her that the first time I met Mike, well, he had moved in. They were a couple. And I pulled Mike aside. I was outside. I went outside to have a smoke. I brought Mike with me. And I looked at him and I said, "You ever hurt her? You ever touch her in anger? I'll put you in the ground in a hole nobody's ever going to find and go on with my dinner." And he knew that I was 100% serious.
That's
And
because
he
he
never told Mary about that conversation.
right. But you didn't know this, but that guy that moved in with your daughter and all that, he actually knew you because he was hanging out in this casino and he saw three guys walk up to you and one of them started puking for no reason. And he realized that you may or may not have ruptured one of his testicles. True story.
We need to move on from that story. It's in the past. I look forward. Who's the next guy whose ball's gonna get busted?
Probably mine.
I don't live in the past. I'm just kidding you.
Dear Lord. Yeah, it to me it's just
Ian's right. I'm an old school guy. That's true, Ian. You're right.
well, not just that, it just means you're a good parent. Right? Because it's the ones that don't check on that stuff and don't pay attention. They're always the ones like, my kid killed himself yesterday and I don't understand why. This happened. I don't understand. Well, you can't helicopter parent. You got to let kids live their life. You got to let them express themselves, become who they're going to be as a person. But you also, sometimes there's outside forces that will fuck with them, will do evil things. And your job as a parent is to stop those evil forces or at least explain those evil forces so your kid can stop them.
Okay, you're gonna explain to me what's a helicopter parent.
It's one of those parents that a kid goes on a job interview and the parent goes into the job interview with them. That's a helicopter parent.
I heard about that. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe that was real.
Yeah, that's real.
You go on a job interview as a kid, and your parent comes with you.
Right. It's called helicopter parenting.
Freaking employer? What employer is going to hire you?
Right. Well, that's now you understand the point. They legit will not let the kid do anything without them being by their side. Like they hold their hand through everything. There's plenty of parents out there that do that kind of thing too.
Then they need to get a job.
Yeah, because
Okay, if their kid's old enough to go out and get a job, and they go in for the job interview with the kid, if I'm an employer, I'm not hiring that kid.
well, right, but then if they don't go in with them, then they're being a bad parent in their eyes because they're not helping them through a tough and rough situation. It's one of those things where everybody knows, when we were kids, street lights came on. If your parents gave a shit about you, then that was time to come home. Right? And the kids that didn't come home when the street lights came on usually got bad things would happen to them in the night, right? Where their parents would wear their ass out when they got home. One of the two.
Well, when I was a kid, when I was 16, I was living in a mobile home with my brother, my younger brother, that my dad had rented, and he lived there for a short time, and then he moved out and basically told me, he says, "I don't want any bills. I don't want any late notices. You can stay here. You go to school, and you can work, and you can stay here. Otherwise, you're going back to the Ponderosa. And the Ponderosa was where the bitch lived. That's my stepmother, out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, yes, sir. And guess what I did?
Everything you're supposed to.
Went to school, went to work, paid the bills, stayed there until I got in trouble. Then I went in the Navy. Or I got put in the Navy.
Yeah.
So from what, 16, well, about 2 years, I lived in the trailer there.
Yeah, it's
Anyhow, Gam,
hopping out, Bob.
yeah, I think I'm going to finish this beer and finish that cigarette up there and call it a night.
That's fine, Bob. Thank you for hanging out, brother. Always appreciate you.
Sorry if I bothered you too much.
Well, here's my question for you. Do you feel alone tonight?
No.
Good. And yeah, you never bother me, Bob. I always enjoy. I look forward to talking to you, brother. So
You know, when you mentioned that, a thought popped in my head. You know, the gray matter above my eyeballs.
was it no homo?
No,
Oh, okay.
it was I got to get a girlfriend.
Either that or else a pet. One of the two.
Let me stew on that for a bit.
Yeah, think about that one. You know, do you want to clean up the mess on the floor? Or do you want to learn to say yes, dear again? That's how that works.
I brought this subject up. I brought this subject up with my daughter last night when we was at dinner, and she's adamant that she didn't want me to get a new girlfriend.
Why?
Well, to her, I'll always be married to her mother, and she's correct.
So she sees it as disrespect then.
Something like that, yeah.
I would hope if something happened to me, God forbid, I would hope my wife would find somebody else to be happy with so she wasn't alone in life.
I kind of think the same way. Matter of fact, I think me and my wife had that conversation.
And there you go. That's between you and her, not you and your daughter.
Well, we always knew, just because of my heritage, that I was going to be the one that goes first.
Yeah.
And it was going to be fairly young, which honestly, I'm literally shocked. And I know now that the postman can call him, because I'm 10 years past any other brother in the family. Hell, I get to collect Social Security in about 5 months. So me and my wife had this conversation, and I told her, I said, look, after I go, give it a year, feel free to go find somebody else. That was always the plan. And Mary.
Yeah, I mean, my wife said something to me.
She wasn't included in. Yeah, she wasn't included in those conversations, obviously. Yeah. But last night she was telling me, like, no, I don't think you should get a girlfriend. She's just going to be after your money, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, she may not be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I had that conversation with my wife too. And she even said to me, she's like, yeah, you'll have a new girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. I said, no. It's like, I'll be all alone out here in the woods. I was like, I got the dog to keep me company. and an active imagination and a right hand. I'm good. I'm good. It was like I don't want to ever deal with somebody else's eccentricities ever again, and you know, I accept everything. My wife is my end game. You know, she was always the retirement. So if anything ever happened to her, I remain retired. My number's been pulled. I'm done. I will not be able to put up with anybody else's bullshit.
That's what I'm concerned about. I mean, I think I could like date, but ain't nobody ever going to move into this house.
Yeah, there you go.
You know?
See, all right. See, now there you are. That's right where I'm at with things too. Is I mean, granted, you could move on, fall in love, get married again, or whatever. That happens. And there's, you know what? There's nothing wrong with it if shit happens and plays out that way either, Bob. Like, you can't live for the past all the time. But with me, I know who I am, where I am, all that kind of stuff on things, and it's like just, I'm done. Like I've been done since I got married. Like that was it. It's like a gunslinger that got outdrawn. I'm done.
I think Beans is right. Look at her comment there.
We're mammals and we're not supposed to be alone. I mean, that's technically correct, but I'm pretty sure like I'll just adopt a platypus then, and I'll have a second mammal with me. You know, for me, I can't even think. Like that's to me what you lost, Bob, is unimaginable. You know what I mean? So I can't even talk like, oh, I know exactly what I do because I don't. But I'm also never going to fault you for whatever decision you make as far as that goes, because honestly, that's up to you, brother.
That's probably why I like you, and I've never even met you. As far as I know, I've had some different opinions from you.
Well, yeah.
But you've never judged me.
Never will either. Who the fuck am I to judge you?
Point.
You know, it's the same way when somebody says something about where I live or whatever. I'm like, do you pay my fucking mortgage? You know, like, who the hell are you? It's not my place to judge you for decisions. You make decisions that are for you. And, I'm not the end all be all. I'm not God. I'm not walking in your shoes. I'm not carrying your bills, your weight, your past, your future. That's yours. So like I can advise you if I see something that's dangerous, I can say, "Hey brother, like that girl you're with, she's fucking kind of nuts, or something like this. But you want to be with her. Cuz I'm not in a relationship with her. But I can if I see something, it's the same way where even all this shit going on with Venezuela, I'm telling you good and bad and all that and everything else. But I'm not saying anything definitive because I did that once and realized like, nah, that was the heat of the moment. This is what was going on. And I was actually wrong on certain parts of this. I don't want to have to give another apology. Like, who the fuck am I to tell people like, oh, you need to panic because no, that's some shit. You're watching the wrong streamer. You know what I mean? You're talking to the wrong person. If you want that stuff, there's plenty of other people out there that'll give you that kind of content. And I would rather it be just honest, open, and let's talk about it. You got an opinion on this? You've got an idea on this? Maybe you see something I don't. Maybe you walked and dealt with something that I haven't. And I'm not going to judge you for what you do with your life.
I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah,
and
you reading some of these?
Yeah, I get you, Beans. I'm not 80. I'm only 62. And I'm still a rather handsome man, in spite of my height. Fuck you. And got a lot to offer. And I really don't want to be 80 and alone, sitting in a house talking to GAM on the internet.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd rather be like taking my girl out to dinner and maybe having a little whoopee.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, and honestly, I'm fine. Like that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Me,
Anyhow, sir, I'm going to
yeah, get yourself some rest, Bob.
go ahead. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say what
No, I mean,
you're what?
with me, I've run my race. I was supposed to be dead. Let's see. I'm coming on my 14th year of marriage, so 15 years ago I should have died. And the person saved my life, flat out, saved my life. And every day I've had since that time when they saved my life has been a blessing, right? And it's like I know that in my heart that I can't replace it. Like I can't. That's me though, you know. And
Well,
I'm lonely all the time, even though I have that person there and everything else. But it has nothing to do with them. I prefer to be alone. That's what I found. Is that
I don't mind. I don't mind being alone, but I'm going to log off. But I'm going to leave you with this one comment.
okay?
So whoever that person is for
Mhm.
you, make sure she knows it.
Every
Tell
day.
her.
I do every day.
All right, sir. Well, y'all take care.
You
I'm
too,
going
Bob.
to I'm going to finish this beer and smoke that cigarette and hit the hay.
You have yourself a wonderful slumber, brother. You and Ian, you guys should make that bond. You know, find somebody new for this new year.
All right, y'all take care. I'm out.
All right, brother. Good night. Thank you again, Bob. I'm blessed. Yeah, you have no idea how blessed I am. I never look at it like, hold on a second, let me help Bob because I know. Let me see if I hit this, will it work? I got you, Bob. I know you're having trouble hanging up. I got him. I don't want to hit the kick button because it'll kick him all the way out. I had to find the disconnect button. Like legitimately, guys, the whole thing is I shouldn't even be here. Like I shouldn't be alive. I should have drank myself to death a while ago. So at the same point in time, you know, I can also appreciate the other end of things where you got to live, and it's not for me to judge. Each person handles it differently. It's the same way people handle people passing on differently. I know certain people like true story. We're at my grandfather's funeral. It's me and my father. Now, my father took care of my grandfather right up until the day he found him when he passed away. He passed away in his sleep, right? My dad's like, I don't know what deal with the devil he made to have that happen, but he did it in his own home and everything else. And it was me and my dad. I have two half brothers. You know, all the family is all bawling their fucking eyes out. Like everybody's bawling as we're getting ready to do the whole carry the coffin to the final resting place, all that stuff. Me and my dad look at each other, and the two of us just start laughing. My dad's laughing because he's remembering shit from when my grandfather was a kid. And I'm laughing because I'm remembering some of the stories of my grandfather from when I was a kid. And the whole thing was. We weren't sad, but everybody else around us, tears, bawling their eyes out, and the two of us are just laughing. People handle things differently. You know, I I don't judge any of you guys. I just take you on face value for who you are. Unless you prove to be somebody who is like an asshole, then I'm going to call you an asshole. You know, stuff like this. But yeah, it's not my place to judge you guys on what you would do. Especially, you know, shout out to Bob, his situation. That's a rough situation. And he did all he could. He did right. And whatever makes him happiest, I'll cheer him on. I'll always be in Bob's corner. He'll always think he should always have a voice on here too. What do you guys think? I think Bob should always be able to have a voice, tell his stories, and enjoy time with us. Now, granted, you know, Bob gets himself a girlfriend. It won't cost me the sub, but, you know, he might not be watching me as much anymore. So I lose viewership out. But no, I tease there. I just want to see him happy. He's earned it. Everybody's earned that right. Everybody should be happy. If, you know, if anything in this world, I think everybody should have that ability to be happy or make themselves happy. In the meantime, I got a puppers who's got a POTS. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me go take this dog for a quick pee break. That doesn't sound weird, Beans. It sounds correct. I'm going to be like that when my poppers goes too. So give me 1 second, guys. We'll talk happier things like, you know, the eventual destruction of the American Empire and stuff when I get back. I'm just kidding. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Have I bored you guys yet? Yeah, I mean, that is rough. Well, you guys were with me last summer. Last summer was fucking rough one because I don't know if it's gene pool. I don't know if it's just that's just the way life rolls sometimes. But my feral colony of cats, I buried 20 out of 21 kittens. That shit was heartbreaking. Like I was just finding them all over the place and having to bury them. That was dark times. Like it started to fuck with me severely where I was like yelling at people for no reason. That kind of thing. But yeah, putting down the old sir, he refused to let go too, which was extra heartbreaking. He's 17 years old. I get it. My wife will never recover from it. That was her dog. Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, but sometimes pets can be more important than people, believe it or not. All right, guys. So outside the sadness of passing away puppers and stuff, what do you guys want to talk about? Whoa. I mean, all right. So here's one of those things that I find interesting, crack me the hell up. Is how many of you guys actually watch me and everything else that used to watch ABL and don't watch ABL at all anymore. Poor Ian even said earlier, he's like, yeah, man, I only got Instagram so I could watch ABL, and then I don't even watch them anymore. What the fuck? Is that really the only reason you got Insta? And don't look at me because I don't have Instagram, so I don't even know what that if that program's any good or anything happens on it or any of that stuff. I don't even know what it's all about. I just looked at it as like it's another version of Facebook. Yeah, I mean, unless you guys want to discuss like world events, I don't even know. Has anything else happened in the world? Like for all I know, France invented a cure for erectile dysfunction or something. I have no idea what's going on in the world outside of what just happened the other day. Seems to have dominated the news cycle. Although I did hear that, what is it, Doomsday or whatever? Rumors have it that Doctor Doom is going to kill everybody. Like, I mean, everybody. Thor, Captain America, like Steve Rogers, like he's just going to run through all of them. Which, if that's the case, I don't know how successful that movie is going to be. Because there's going to be definitely people that are like, yeah, I finally get to see Cyclops again. And then, like, Doctor Doom just comes in, one shots him, and walks off or something. Yeah, I've been keeping up. Well, I mean, that's good though. So that's just it, man. Like, it's funny because unfortunately, I don't know the algorithm because I watched a couple of those bar rescues. The algorithm has me jammed up with a ton of bar rescue stuff, and then Ancient Civilizations is the other one that keeps coming up. So I'm like, what is this noise? Oh, I'm gonna have to be careful doing this. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, as far as like even gaming, I'm playing the hell out of Fallout 76 again. Like that's all I've been playing, like really jamming on. Like I'll get on my Marvel Rivals or whatever and knock out my daily challenges or whatever. That takes like 10 minutes. But everything has been just ridiculous. Like I'm playing Fallout like it's a brand new game all of a sudden. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, that's just it. They're going to keep an eye on you. And is that true? So they're saying that. So now Cuba says a bunch of their fighters were killed over in Venezuela. Well, ain't that just a peach? Yeah, Cuba's the next one to get raided. I can't see them. I think they're going to warn Mexico, but the president of Mexico has played pretty well with Trump when it comes to the border. So I don't see them going after Mexico next. I 1000% see it being Cuba. And then we're going to start hearing about how the Cuban Missile Crisis happened and all kinds of how they're a communist regime and like expect all the propaganda because I'm seeing all the propaganda now for everything that just happened in Venezuela. So expect that shit to come through in a big way real soon here. Almost guaranteed. Like it seems to be the move. And we do have it where we're slowly cutting off China's influence in the Western Hemisphere, Russia's influence. That could be the excuse that they use. But the actual excuse is you made my mommy and daddy leave, and chased them over to the U.S. back when I was a kid. So when we free Cuba, are you going to move back then? Well, no, but I'm at that point with it where I'm just expecting this shit to happen. So Venezuela and Cuba, Red. Venezuela has kind of financially backed up Cuba because technically Cuba is a middleman. So Venezuela would ship the oil to Cuba. Cuba would then transport it off to China, or China would come, because Cuba exists outside U.S. jurisdiction and has their own set of rules, and U.S. and Cuba don't really fuck with each other anymore. What disgusts me is, with what you just said there, he warns Mexico to get their act together, and possible strikes in Colombia sounds good to him. You know, you couldn't figure out other solutions outside of taking down their presidents. You couldn't factor out something else. You couldn't find a. I thought you were the man of peace and wanted to stop wars. So the only way to actually enact your change is by toppling regimes and imposing your rule no matter what. Got it. What terrifies me about this is all the left is saying he's a fascist dictator and that kind of shit. At this point, you're kind of proving them to be more right than they are wrong. You're not being fascistic towards the American people, but you're now starting to use the power of our military. They either uphold to Trump's rule and what he wants, or else. Yeah, Beans. That's just it. Because they get a cut of. They're basically middlemen in the fuel industry and silver and all that stuff. Because U.S. doesn't really fuck with Cuba. Ever since they reached some kind of accord. Because you got to remember, they tried to invade Cuba and failed. They tried to make it look like the CIA. I think that, isn't that the Bay of Pigs? Isn't that what it's called? I think it's called the Bay of Pigs for some reason. I can't remember. Bet you Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz could give you a whole dissertation on it, but I really can't, because I never really gave that much a shit outside of the missile crisis. But I do believe we have tried to do regime change there a bunch of times. Yeah, that's just it. Dude, I'll do you one better. We can erupt corrupt dictators, but not corrupt politicians at home, right? No. We can go after and arrest corrupt dictators, but we can't knock out a bunch of pedophiles that went to Epstein's Island because they donated money to corrupt politicians. Yeah. Yeah, we can go take out the president of the country, of a foreign country. But we can't take out a bunch of billionaires that, diddled children. What the fuck is that? Yeah, like this is that this that shit. I mean, look, worst case we get into World War III to an extent, and we end up taking a whole bunch of territory out of the deal. That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario, Trump's just running his mouth because we took down Maduro so easy. But yeah, I'm more disgusted by the fact that we can't well, Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no children to anybody other than himself. That was it. All them young girls, all 1,200 of those victims. Jeffrey Epstein just, he'd do 10 to 12 a night in a span of a year. Like, what? Why don't you go? And I think that's, hey, maybe we're looking at a wag the dog situation where the tail's wagging the dog, where all this is to distract from the fact we're not going after people in the Epstein files. Because I guarantee you, if somebody says, "What about the people in the Epstein files?" I'll bet you Trump says, "You guys are still talking about those Epstein files? I told you we'd release all of them. I mean, we only found an extra million, but we'll release them all. Don't you worry." I mean, we can complain about it right up until the point of people have enough of the bullshit. That's just it. At some point in time, shit's got to change. I mean, it's going to be real interesting, like I said, if people really do a tax protest to see what happens. If the tax protest actually turns into a thing and we don't give the government the funding and we start to default on debt and stuff, that shit would be hysterical to me. The shellacking though is also going to be kind of funny if I'm being forthcoming about my thoughts, because if you thought it was going to be a blowout election before, just wait till we start seeing some of these campaign ads. And speaking of advertisements, how many people in here don't have YouTube Premium or whatever the fuck they call it? The shit where you actually get to see all the ads on YouTube. I've been inundated with certain ads, and I want to see how many of you guys know what I'm talking about here when I say this. So you can only see them if you don't have premium. Otherwise you don't see ads. So the ads lately on YouTube, because I'm seeing like Rebel said, fuck them ads. So I'm guessing you got premium. I know Beans has premium. I don't know if Ian does. But yeah, the stuff on YouTube, if you get ads, they show a picture of a woman and they're like, they came to her house, they kidnapped her, they shot her dog, they held her prisoner for 400 days and did unspeakable things to her. Then they'll have another one where it's like, Hamas isn't dangerous, the Palestinian people are good people. And then it'll be like, Hamas just invaded invaded Israel on October 7th and then showing pictures of October 7th and shit. They're running like pro-Israel ads. It's the only way I can describe them. They're like ads for Israel and why you should support them in destroying Hamas and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck am I why am I watching this? I thought the war was over. What is going on with this? Can't make this shit up, guys. Yeah. Yeah, like, and I mean, like, their shit, like I said, they show this woman's face, right? And it's a young girl and she's attractive and all that. And they're like, they came to her house, they shot her brother, they shot her dog. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why am I seeing this? And like, Hamas is the real evil and all that. Like, anybody's fucking that I've ever met in my entire life, in my entire existence, is like, you know who are the good guys in this whole situation? Hamas. Like, even the people that fucking can't stand Israel, like the Young Turks, are like, yeah, fucking Hamas is evil. Like, who the fuck thinks this is a good idea? I mean, just because it's YouTube doesn't mean, I mean, granted. The other thing that you get inundated with, and I know because you guys like don't have them, is now my husband used to premature ejaculate. I shit you not. These are the exact words that come up on this commercial. My husband used to prematurely ejaculate. He had this problem, and then he started using whatever product it is, and he stopped doing it. Blah, 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 blah. If you want to last longer in the bedroom, dude, and I'm like, what the, like, they just run whatever ad, like whoever gives them money, they'll run it. There's AI ads that are like ridiculous. One of these days, I got to figure out how you actually record ads. Like when they come up, and I'll record some of these and play them on here because fuck them. But yeah, you guys, if you don't have them, you got to see some of these ads. Like they're ridiculous. Make sure do I got the same paint? Make sure I mix my color right. And then the other ads, you guys, it like, so Daily Wire must really be in trouble. They now have ads that run on YouTube, and I actually looked at the length of time for the ad. It's like 30 minutes. So if you click when an ad's playing, it'll tell you how much time's left or whatever that you can skip or whatever. They are showing full fucking half-hour ads of the Ben Shapiro show. I'm like, well, gee, I don't, you know, like they, if you ever had it where you saw like episodes of PragerU, that's one thing. But now they're showing like Daily Wire shit. Like it's specifically Ben Shapiro show. Like he's giving money to YouTube to advertise his show because people aren't watching it. It's supposed to be the other way around, brother. YouTube's supposed to be giving you money for creating content for them. You're not supposed to have to pay them to advertise your ass. Yeah, and then you have like one of the ones I got a kick out of, I saw a short of her talking about it, is Megyn Kelly, right? Megyn Kelly went off about Ozempic, and some of these women that were quote unquote body positive So like she's like the one that pisses her off the most is Megan Trainor. And I was like, I know who Megan Trainor is, but I don't even know what she looks like. I couldn't pick her out of a lineup, right? And Megan Kelly shows this picture of Megan Trainor. She goes, yeah, she got famous by, her first big break was the song All About That Bass. And she's like, yeah, she's on Ozempic now. Look at her. She doesn't even look like the same person. And she showed like pictures side by side. It was hysterical. She went completely off about it though. But that's just it. Like workout, no. I'm just going to get on a shot that's meant for people with diabetes. I can't wait to see how many people end up with kidney liver failure from Ozempic in the near future because they were too lazy to just work the fuck out, monitor their caloric intake or whatever. And then the ones that just couldn't accept that when you get older, sometimes you're going to get heavier. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's part of life, guys. I'm never going to, no matter what I do, I'm never going to be, Henry Cavill bodybuilder unless I take steroids. I take steroids, I could get my body to look like that. But naturally, no, I don't have it in my build. But they do make a pill for it or an injectable, and you don't see me doing either of those things. And you won't ever see me doing any of that shit because let the cards fall where they may. I'm all right with myself. But I do find it hysterical and quite ironic that it's the ones that were preaching about how, you need to love all women for being big is beautiful. Look at Lizzo. Look at how, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, then the first thing, as soon as they get the opportunity to get some Ozempic, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to shoot this right in between my rolls, man. Like just accept the fact, or if you're really that upset about your body type and everything else, work out. Work out, do what you can, and then just be happy with yourself that you accomplished something naturally. That, oh, you only lost 5 pounds while your neighbor lost 60. Well, guess what? You lost those 5 pounds the hard way with sweat and putting in the time. Your neighbor just shot something into themselves that they're going to be on for the rest of their life, or else they're going to go right back to where they are. You're actually gaining health out of this. Yeah, I mean, but even then, I know people that like morbidly obese and stuff, but honestly, it's not because like, oh well, I can't eat. It's because I eat too much, or can't control my diet, or I don't work out. I know people that are morbidly obese because either they went through that midlife change that women go through, and that happens, and there's nothing they can ever do to lose weight, or something happens with their thyroid, and then there's nothing they can do to lose weight. It's not something within their control that they can make happen by turning on a switch. It's one thing if you're like me where I sit on my ass constantly and it gets fatter. Okay, well, that's my fault. Right? That's a me problem. But some people actually have medical problems. They can't control that shit. Some people just hit a certain age and balloon up. It happens all the time. You can't always control things like this. Getting old sucks. That's the real key here, ladies and gentlemen. Getting old just sucks. I mean, you can fight it, or you can, just go with the flow. The choice is yours. I can tell you what I won't do though is just call you a big back because you don't eat my diet, or, call you a lazy bastard because you don't want to work out, because I'm lazier than you are, buddy. Yeah, but watching YouTube in incognito mode, then I always see the naughty videos. So I don't do that often. Besides that, a lot of times if I watch something and it's hysterical and it's in my history, if I want to show it to my wife or something, I go back. I don't think incognito mode actually tracks your watch history unless you leave it consistently on. And I'm all right with the ads sometimes because, like I said, they definitely highlight things that I can talk about later, like all the shit I've just mentioned. Like I can actually have conversations about it, and it's like, well, I've never seen that ad. I don't watch TV anymore. No ads. Hell, what's disgusting to me is that Netflix actually has ads. That's disgusting to me. That if you don't like pay like, I don't know, 30, $40 a month, whatever the fuck they're up to now, that you're going to get ads on YouTube. I mean, on Netflix. It's like, what? Wait a minute. What? Oh, I got to be gentle here. I'm going to have to get in there nice and thin. Oh. Yeah, I hear you, Beans. Also, Beans, thank you for always tossing a coin to the Witcher. I do appreciate you. I mentioned that right at the beginning of the stream. I wasn't sure if you were watching or not, but thank you. I always appreciate that. Like, it's always nice. I'm like, you don't have to. Nobody ever has to. But I always appreciate the gesture. Oh, I can actually take off my headset. Your new is that your new video? Is average view durations a minute 33 seconds? How many views do you have? Like 100? 200? That's okay, Beans. Like, you know what? I thank you again. That's all I'm going to keep saying to you is thank you. You don't even have to do it, and I appreciate it every time, and I won't ever stop appreciating it. And if I do, let me know I'm an asshole. So you got 28 views, Eugene. What did you do different with your music in the video versus your old videos and music and stuff? What's your average duration on like the last couple videos? 6, the little drummer boy has entered the building. My damn chat stopped. Typical's a minute, so they watch for an extra 20 something seconds, 22 seconds. Hold on. I think if I click on this, I click on this window capture, it'll show you, Eugene. This is what I'm at right now. My average duration right now for this one, for this stream, is 46 minutes and 46 seconds. And I've only got 39 views. Sundays are usually very, very slow. I'm actually shocked I have 8 people watching, to be honest with you. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about music YouTube, right? To tell you if that's good, bad, average, what. My only question is, like, is there a way you can do like a live concert? Something like this? I don't even know if that's possible. That's good though. That's how you get new subs. I mean, granted, I watched it. I mean, 6 watched it. So yeah, and Revel's right. And then you have other ones where you have a huge number of subscribers and then a minuscule, and when I say minuscule, I mean 0.018% watching you while you're live streaming. That's pretty bad. Beans, whenever I get a notice that you post something, I watch it. I can tell you that just factually. Whenever I get like notices, I watch it. If you post it in the Discord and say, "Hey, I just posted," I watch it. Like that's almost immediate. That's instant. And that's not just for you. I do that for everybody that posts something. If it's their own original videos, I post it. I mean, I post it. I watch it. Yeah, like Six just said, I haven't been getting like there was one point in time where you're like, you're not even sub to me or something. I was like, yeah, I am. Look, and had to pull it up on stream. But yeah, I don't know. I don't get notifications at all. You posted anything new, at least not recently, anyway. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch. Yeah, see, like Rebel has the same issues. I don't get any notifications about it. Good Lord. This guy is a bitch. So, Eugene, um, all right. So let's hope I don't get kicked off of YouTube for this. I was told by somebody a long time ago, and I learned this to be true. So somebody might say, "Hey, sub to my channel." You sub to them, right? If they turn around immediately and sub to you, it'll cancel out the sub for your channel. They started this right around the end of August last year. And it's because people were doing that shit where they would put up their name and all that in like a chat, and then everybody would sub to them, and then you would sub back to the person who subbed to you. So they cancel each other out. Ones that were done before that are grandfathered in. So, for example, let's say you and I just met, Eugene. You're like, I've got a YouTube channel. I'm like, cool, sub to me. You sub to me, and I go and sub to you at the same time, or within, I think it's like a day's time, then the two subs will cancel each other out. I don't know if you knew that or not. But that was told to me. I thought it was bullshit. And then I had two people sub to me. I subbed to them back. And both those two subs, like the next day, canceled out. They were like, hey, I thought you subbed to me yesterday. I was like, I did. And they're like, yeah, I subbed to you too. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't. I saw it pop on and then go away. Now, I've had people tell me solutions for this are to wait a week. Don't sub if somebody subs to you. Um, don't sub back to them right away. Tell them I'll sub to you in about a week and give it time to kind of process. But yeah, that's supposedly an actual thing. And I've definitely seen that shit happen. So just a heads up on that one. Yeah, I didn't think I had that issue either until I was able to prove it true. So I'm just saying, like, if you didn't have that issue, then maybe you're 1,000% right. And you sub to people that are like, oh, I'll sub to you too. And then, they just either didn't sub to you or canceled their sub. I don't know what to tell you. I've definitely been on the receiving end of it. But yeah, it's one of those grimy things because people were cheating their subs to get monetized. It's just YouTube implemented it and it was in one of their rule changes. And unless you go looking for it, you're not going to find it. I mean, then again, maybe you're putting out stuff that people don't want to hear too. I don't know about that one. Like I said, I'll tell you when one isn't my favorite song. I'll also tell you if I think a song's fucking terrible, but I haven't had one that's been terrible yet. But I figure you're a big boy, you can handle it if I tell you like, yeah, it wasn't my favorite. And if it is terrible, I hope you can handle it if I tell you, yeah, definitely that one was not a good song. So I don't know. But also, like Rebel said and I said, I don't get notifications for your channel. If you didn't post in the Discord and say, hey, I just put out this song, I don't think I've ever had a notification from you come through, and the bell is definitely clicked on. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of stopped with my sub counting and all that kind of stuff because I just get pissed off with it. Nobody ever says I unsub because you're an asshole, that kind of thing. So I don't know if it's YouTube fucking me. People don't want to, don't like something I said, whatever. I'm just at that point where it's like, nope, I'm just gonna keep painting, keep doing my thing. People like what I'm doing, they'll sub. If they haven't noticed that they're unsubbed, I'll tell everybody, make sure you're still subbed, that kind of thing. But I'm just going to control what I can, which is getting paint on a model and talking shit. Right. But the whole thing is, Eugene, you may not think it's good. So here's one of those damn things, isn't it? So basically what you're posting is stuff that you think is good. Right? oh, I think this song's good. This one I don't think is that good. So I'm only going to post my good ones. Well, what if the stuff you think is good isn't as good as some of the ones you think isn't as good to somebody? I post shit. You guys have watched me fail in painting a couple times, a bunch of times. Sometimes the paint job, I'll finish it, and you guys will be like, "Oh, that looks good, Gam," and I'm just like, "I fucking hate it. I don't think it looks right and everything." You guys think it looks decent, and I'm just like, no, I see all kinds of errors, flaws, all that kind of stuff. Got to be careful with what you edit yourself on. Got got to be careful with that stuff. Self editing will fuck you up. And it's one thing if it's like, oh, that song isn't finished, but you know, the whole thing is, I'm not saying like throw out a bunch of slop music either, but create stuff you feel and then throw it out to your audience, let them decide. I mean, I'm still waiting on the song Haters Eat These Nuts. Like, I've been waiting on that song for a while now. So rough to paint. Oh. I go a little bit too rough on this thing, it's going to tear right off. I don't think I can get in deeper on that hand. Might as well use it on this one. Eugene, you know, like, I don't know. I mean, listen, you post whatever you want. It's your fucking channel, right? And I'm not saying I'm right. I don't know. Maybe I got my head up my ass and don't even know what I'm talking about because reality is I don't do music. Like, I don't make music. I can just tell you what I do painting wise and some of the stuff have done where I look at it and I'm just like, yeah, that came out like shit. Like me personally, I'm like, yeah, I don't like the way this fucking thing looks, or I don't like the feel of it, or whatever. I can just tell you from painting. I can't tell you about from a musician standpoint. I know, like even my theme song, my buddy gave it to me, and thank God he did because he passed away a week after giving it, or a week and a half after giving it to me. So the last time I ever had a conversation with him, he gave me that song. He said, "Yeah, it's up and uploaded and everything else, but it's still a work in progress. It's not finished. My theme song will never be finished. That is the finished version of my theme song that you hear whenever the show starts." Well, it sucks, but I still prominently play that song every time I go live because it's honoring my friend who gave me something that was mine, where YouTube couldn't copyright hit me and all that shit. And his bandmates were like, yeah, he wrote that on his own. I played on it, I played on it, and I played on it. And like, it was like, oh, okay, well, do you guys have a problem? Nope, it's your song. Your brother gave it to you. We love you, man, and all that. His bandmates are heroes for that one. Because they could have nailed me because they played on the song or whatever, and they agreed. They're like, no, it's his last gift to you. We know that. They all agreed, like, it's my song. Which I will tell you now, if I ever do get monetized, I don't know if I've ever said this out in the stream yard or the field of streams or whatever the fuck we call this on live stream or whatever. But if I ever did get monetized, I had planned on giving a chunk, not just to my main moderator, right, for working. But I also planned on sending a little bit of money, 5-10%, I don't know, but whatever I make, to my buddy's widow, because that song is, you know what I mean? I'm like basically paying homage to him because I would have bought him video games or something, or kicked him back a little bit for giving me the song. Sometimes, well, now I was going to say something really filthy there, Six, about the way that was phrased. Sometimes when you stream it, they will come. You're not wrong. Man, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh my god. The way this thing, I kind of wish they had done it where the smoke clicked onto the back of the hand instead of being part of the hand. Because then I could have just painted this so much easier, but instead, there's so much overlap in there. Well, I appreciate it. It's a nice jet. I just find it to be correct and right, you know. Um, he always wanted to make money from his music when he got older. I mean, honestly, he just played because he loved to play. Got to hang out with his bandmates. There's a reason why his band was, I mean, the band that he was in at the end there was called Shed Sessions, because they'd hang out in the one dude's shed was like set up like a music studio. He'd get fucking baked. Like they would all smoke in there and drink and everything else, and then start playing music together and record it. Some stuff they finished, but he decided he wanted to do his own song, like write his own music or whatever. Like, because everybody else in the band had basically come up with a song, so he wanted to come up with one, and it was called "Get Dead Again," and that is the name of the song. My theme song is called "Get Dead Again," which is fucking ironic because he's dead. But he was like, the fucked up part was he even said, he's like, I kind of wrote it with you in mind. It reminds me of when you used to get drunk when we were kids and beat the shit out of somebody. Oh, well, thank you, Beans. I'm sorry for the way Stranger Things ends, by the way. I'll tell you that ahead of time. Won't tell you how it ends. I'll just say I'm sorry for how it ends. I appreciate you, Eugene, but you know what? There are times where I'm asshole. Where I'm asshole, where I'm an asshole to people, or like it'll be a topic where I start to go off, and I don't mean to come across as viciously as I do, but I do sometimes. Like it happens, man. Um, and there's definitely been people I've pissed off that way. Some people get rah rah about stuff too. Don't ever discount that, Eugene. So, like, look, one of the things I always appreciate about Rebel is doesn't matter what I'm talking about. If I'm talking about like something like Israel, all of a sudden I'll see Rebel in the chat like fuck Israel. Like other people are like, well, I have this nuanced approach where I really love Israel and all this. Fuck Israel. That's all I see from fucking Rebel. Whatever I say is like fuck that, because he he hates certain things and they piss him off, and he has no problem voicing it. I always appreciate that about him. But some people are like diehard. Trump can do no wrong. He's perfect. Thank God for President Trump. He's saving America, all this kind of stuff, and we'll never call him out for any of the bad. So when you sit there and point something out and they come back on you or what have you, or like you're giving them pushback on what they want to hear as confirmation bias, like you confirm to them that yeah, Trump's an amazing president because everything he does is he farts sunshine. And I come on here and I'm just like, yeah, so this stuff right here is bullshit. They hear that and they're just like, oh yeah, well you lose me as a subscriber and fuck your video, I don't like you anymore and I never want to talk to you again, or never hear anything you say because you disagree with my opinion. I'll go over to this other live stream where all they talk about is, how great Trump is and Christianity and shit like this or whatever, whatever the case is. Or Biden's amazing, or, Muslims are amazing, whatever the fuck. So, because I have nuanced takes and I try to call it up the middle, a lot of times it's going to hurt me. Beans, if you're enjoying it, enjoy the fuck out of it. It's not for me to tell you you should not like something. I know tons of people like Smurf and his wife love Stranger Things. When Will came out as gay, Smurf got excited. I'm just going to tell you that straight out. He was like, it means I got a shot, okay? Like, enjoy what you enjoy. Don't let people tell you that you can't. I just, it's not for me to tell you what to like and not like. Let's call them in. You mean like people that disagree call in? Is that what you meant, Ian? I think that's what you meant. Look, I'll tell you now. There's plenty of people that had disagreement, and I've offered them to get on and state their position and stuff like that, and they're like, no, because the whole thing is, I don't know if they think it's like a trap or some shit, but it does kind of blow my mind. Where I'm just like, yo, well, you can come on here and just get in the Discord and we can mic you right up just like I do everybody else. We can have a whole conversation. It is actually a pretty cool head. It's all put together. Rebel calls in, I'll get taken off YouTube. I've heard stories about Rebel. He goes in hard. You got to be careful with Rebel. Like Rebel's that guy that, if he comes to your house, you got to be careful because he'll go in, he will take a dump, and then come out and grab your curtains and like walk back in the bathroom with him. And you're just like, yo, am I out of toilet paper in there? He's like, nah, I just wanted to show you what I think of you. Perry comes in out of nowhere. He's a rebel, huh? What are you rebelling against? What do you got? He's a rebel without a cause. Where you been hiding out at, Perry? Just chilling? Ian, last time you called in, you passed out on the mic, bro. That shit was fucking. I was like, oh shit, Ian's still asleep. When the show ended, Smurf and I were both yelling, trying to wake you up. Good night, Beans, and thank you for everything. I really do appreciate you. I've always appreciated you from the beginning, but thank you. Wait a minute. Candace Owens said that, or Alex Jones said that? Candace said people with blue eyes from Venezuela are Nazis. Does she not understand that it was Argentina that the Nazis went to? I don't know what's up with that either. Alex Jones, like, he really did start really going hard after Candace Owens. I don't know exactly what happened, but something flipped Alex's switch on her. Like, I've gotten to a point where Candace Owens where I just ignore most of the shit she says. I don't even comment on it anymore. I stopped watching it. It's like you just you started going a little too far for my liking, so I'm done. Basically pulled the no soup for you. Yeah, he really is going in on her. Like I saw at one point in time where he just lost his shit and was like ranting and raving on her, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what is this about?" People are like saying that he got the call. But I thought one of the funny things was he like said something like, you know, she's accusing people of stuff without any proof and all this, and I'm like, yeah, and maybe somebody will sue her for $1 billion. I mean, to me, it's more like it goes back to that. She got a huge following and got relevant all of a sudden. Now, the Israel First people, I understand why they got upset, right? Because she is kind of anti Israel on a lot of the stuff she speculates on. Then some of the other Republican commentators, the right leaning commentators, I've noticed go off on her just to get clicks. Oh no, I'm 1,000% with you, Rebel, on that one. I've been calling that shit out since the beginning, basically with her. But I hit a point where I was like ranting and raving on it because it was just annoying. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this isn't Scooby Doo. There, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Okay, they're Encyclopedia Brown, like just going off. And then I realized it was like a week after I went on that rant, and then I'm watching something. Somebody's talking about one of the conspiracy points about a fort. Like, I want to say it's like Fort Chihuahua. It's like Hana Chuchu or some shit. And they're talking about this. And it like Candace's latest theory about Fort Hana Chuchu or some shit. And I'm just like, I don't even know what her theory was. Because I just stopped watching and listening. I was like, she's fucking obviously nuts. Yeah, I said the same thing. She'll stop right when the money shuts off. That's when she'll stop. Um, but like honestly, I don't know. I stopped caring. Trust me, I watched a guy do live streams, do 5 in a row with Charlie Kirk in the title, and only talked about Charlie Kirk on the first one, and then was asked about it, like, "Oh, when are we talking about Charlie Kirk?" And he said, "Oh, that was like 4 streams or 5 streams ago. I'm not going to talk about." Well, then why is he in the fucking title? Flat out cash grab. You could tell who the real ones were. They might have done like Rip Charlie Kirk or whatever one time, and then that was it. Unless it was they were following up with something on the assassination, something like this. But yeah, I just kind of tuned out from it. Like I wasn't a huge Charlie Kirk guy when he was alive. Why am I going to be a huge Charlie Kirk guy when he was dead? I don't know. But it seems like everybody all of a sudden became like really good friends with him and like knew him forever. And he was such a great guy. And yeah, I remember all this time I spent with him. You know, like Charlie Kirk was so good, I let him bang my sister. Like, it's ridiculousness. Lot of clicks. Lot of bullshit. You're trying to say Candace can suck something of mine, but YouTube won't let you. Yeah, I mean, it's the same way. Like, so that's just it. The people that I feel you have to be really, really worried about, as far as like scams and hustles and all that go, are the people that know a shit ton about a subject and then inject like craziness into it that you can't disprove, and it's hard to argue with them because they know so much about the subject, but you still know, like, man, I feel like there's some bullshit in this. So my perfect example of that is look at Ian Carroll, right? Ian Carroll is definitely one of those people to me. I watched an interview with him, and it was him and Tucker Carlson, and the two of them were discussing, the big mass shooting in Vegas, right? Ian Carroll knew a fucking fuck ton of facts that I didn't know. They were legit, everything else. But at the same point in time, I don't fucking trust Ian Carroll. Because everything always leads to Israel with him. It's like, bro, it's not always Israel. Sometimes people do fucked up things, and it has nothing to do with Israel. Well, and then you got this link to Mossad. Like, bro, it doesn't all link to Mossad, you fucking asshole. Yeah, Ian Carroll to me, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about that dude. There's something about him I don't trust. Like, I don't know if it's the fact he looks like he's got a porn stash or what. He just looks like somebody I wouldn't trust my kids with. But he does have a handle on facts and all that kind of stuff. I got to give him credit for it. I don't know. Once again, it goes back to something Bob and I were discussing earlier about how your instinct kicks in, and it's like my spider sense tingles when that guy starts talking about something, like about a subject. You know. And then Candace, what was the? Oh, yeah, the if Macron's wife is a dude or not. That was like her big claim to fame before. I mean, before Charlie Kirk got shot. All she was talking about was Macron's wife's dick or whatever, or lack thereof, or has one, doesn't have one. What happens? Because, and I'm not going to lie, this is where Candace is going to get the shit suit out of her. She better be 1,000% right about Macron's, wife or husband or whatever the fuck has a dick. Because if she's not, it may go in that courtroom and then that the he, she, it, whatever ends up submitting to a DNA test in the courtroom. They read the results and it's actually a biological female. That is not going to end very well for Candace. Like, I would be seeking punitive damages that make Alex Jones look like that was done in small claims court. I'd be suing for like $3 billion or something. Be like, you defamed my wife on a public stage. There's people who are calling her on a consistent basis, wanting to see her penis. Like that's going to end very, very bad. That's going to end tragically. Or hopefully Piers Morgan gets the money from his bet with her, because there's not going to be much left after that. Like there's a whole shit ton to sue right there. And you know, like the whole thing is, oh, we're right over target. My favorite, I think that's my favorite thing that everybody keeps saying is, oh, she's right over the target. Which fucking target? The fucking Egyptian planes, Israel's involvement. Like, what are we talking about here? What target exactly? Because she just basically like, she might as well just nuke the entirety of humanity, and that was the target apparently. Yeah, I mean, DNA testing has to be, you know, like I said, you would have to submit the blood right there in the courtroom, or the hair sample, or whatever you're going to do. I don't care if Macron's wife pulls out his ass tampon or whatever. And I'm not going to say she doesn't have some mannish features. She definitely does, but some women do. You submit it right there and they can just do the DNA testing right there. It's not hard. That's not one of those, I got to send this off to the lab. That's only if you're trying to determine ancestry. If it's just XX or XY, that is a simple, you could probably have a cotton swab in the mouth test done. Good night, Ian. Yeah, just craziness. Lately, though, be honest with you guys, some of the shit coming up in my feed is basically old civilizations and how old humanity actually is. Watching some really interesting stuff. Actual archaeological discoveries, too. Like, no pseudoscience or any of this stuff. The commentary, some people speculate on the comment. Well, maybe it was aliens or whatever. I don't care about that. I want to see the actual archaeological discovery. You got 100% likes and now a dislike? Who the hell disliked it, Eugene? Why? I had a hole right here in the. Here, I'll show it to you. Actually, had a hole right here. I'm trying to patch that by painting it. Pain in the ass. One little hair that is fucking up. Son of a. I can't get this one hair. Yeah, get the fuck out. Shit. Somebody being petty. I mean, I don't know. It's so hard for me to determine anything to do with the music stuff. Like, really, really is. I don't even know what advice to give, any of that stuff. I don't know. I don't know how music YouTube works. I mean, it obviously doesn't work the same as like live stream, any of that kind of shit. Live stream YouTube is definitely a different animal. I wonder about something. Whoever it is, they're lame. My other thing is, I'm streaming out in 4K, whole 9 yards. I got a pretty damn 1 gigabit internet, all that. If I put this stream up on my TV, it comes out fuzzy. Like the chat, like the picture, whole 9 yards. I don't understand that. Let me see something. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And that's going to have to be the darker blue. Debating on what I want to do with the L cars and the armor. kind of liking the lighter blue. Maybe I'll do that for the L cars and the armor. I may take the armor up to a light, like this true blue that I'm using right now. Give it a difference between like his armor and his like pants and arms and stuff. When are you putting up your next drumming video, Six? Actually, to tell you the truth, Six is probably the one I would have to defer to when it comes to music, like in doing it on YouTube. Even though Six isn't doing it like you're doing it, Eugene, where you're trying to grow and become a bigger channel and all that. Six is just doing that shit is like fun. That's cool, brother. Just do me a favor. Make sure you post that shit in the Discord. Because the last time, if you hadn't posted, somebody had posted it up in the Discord. And that's how I saw it. I was like, oh shit, I wouldn't even have known Six put something out. All right, I'm going to see. I like the lighter blue. I do. All right, so that's going to have to get repainted. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it, man. Whenever any of you guys post videos, put them in the fucking Discord. Because YouTube notifications suck. And then this way, at least the people in the Discord know that you posted something. I wish David could figure out a way where how it tells everybody, oh, GAM's gone live or whatever. That we could do it where it notifies everybody when you post a video. Oh, that's definitely going to have to get the purple touched up. Blow out the rest of the blue in this brush. this before that purple dries. Yeah, I want to see everybody, like, even if your goal isn't to get monetized, get monetized. Even if it's a long way off, you know, gives you something to kind of work towards. I've kind of given up on monetization, if I'm being quite honest. Like, not that I couldn't get bigger or what have you. I just look at it as it's not my main goal. My main goal is just to have conversations with you guys, have fun, enjoy what I'm doing, and try and put out good art or awesome looking figures, that kind of thing. That's one set of all cars done. Almost anyway. Shit. Look at something here. I gotta see. All right. Oh, you guys have all gone quiet on me. I guess it is 2 in the morning on a Sunday. Guess I kind of have slowed down on my mouth running. Focusing on the all cars. I'll probably finish up this piece and call it for tonight, and then continue tomorrow, next Thursday, I guess. Wednesday is Smurf and I playing Moria. I don't know what it is about that game. I know, like, shit. Fix that blowout fast. Quick, fast, in a hurry in a minute. I don't know what it is about Moria. Kind of bored with it. I don't know why. It's not like Green Hell or Hell. It's definitely not like Valheim. Like, I like the game. It just, I don't know, doesn't enthrall me. Good night, Reb. So Eugene, are you actually going to write a song eventually called "Haters Eat These Nuts"? Maybe you should. Maybe that's what the internet wants, dude. Maybe that's why people are angry at you. You haven't done on that song, even though I've just been making that joke. Maybe I've made it too much. So people keep waiting for you to put out a song called Haters Eat These Nuts. Yeah, see? There you go. That'll motivate you. We'll come up with different song titles for you, Eugene. I mean, look, Kid Rock, one of his old songs was called Balls in Your Mouth, right? That's a classic. Not many people heard. You had to, I think that was the Polyfuse Method. That was the name of the album that one was on. I think. Hater nuts. Haters eat these nuts. Yeah, it's H8R D and then two threes Z, right? For D's. And then nuts is just NUTZ. And then eat is like 3-4 T. Haters eat these nuts. Hey, what's going on there, guys? It's me, it's Smurf, okay? I showed up, it's later, I don't know. I had a hard time today working at Amazon. Okay, time to get stoned, maybe chill out for a little bit, hang out for a while, those kinds of things. What's going on, Smurf? How are you? Man, these little L cars are a bitch. Just trying not to blow lines out. Almost blew one out right there. Ooh. All right, let's see how that looks. See if I want to go to the deep blue or keep it here. I actually like that better. Yeah. Difference in the blues is important, I guess. So we'll stick with it. Oh. What's going on in the land of the Smurfville? Well, how are you, Smurf? Ow. Snap my back. Oh yeah, before I forget, since I got to blow out the brush. Everybody's gone kind of quiet. It's like 2 in the morning. I just kind of want to use up my paint and shut it down for the night. But before I do, notice this little tiny blowout right there. Go clean that up. Shit. Hey, you ain't in the chat, are you, Smurf? No, he's not in Discord. I don't have my headset on, so if you were talking, I couldn't hear you. Mm-hmm. Pulling these fucking lines. Pain in the ass. Trying to make sure that my edges are saturated right now, guys. Because not gonna lose the form of the L cars. So really trying to get in there and lay this shit in. different angles helps. Although I just oopsied right there. Yeah. Oof. I gotta make more brush wash, paint thinner, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, that works. Definitely works. I'm definitely redoing the armor in that blue too. I use the darker blue for the undercoating. See something. That's all good. That's all good. Can't believe I just dipped purple. There's a spot. Nice. All right, that's better. That looks a little tighter. Tight like a tiger. Let's use up the last of this blue. Call it a night. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm almost out of blue. That's it. I'm out of blue. Well, off the palette anyway. I still got more blue. It's pretty much going to be a wrap for me, guys. It's quiet as shit out there in Misfits land. Yeah, I think I'll call that a wrap. So everything's got its second coat as far as the purples go. We're starting on blues. I'm definitely digging the darker, heavier purple versus what it was. I'm definitely thinking the lighter blue works for the inlay on the armor, or the L-cars as I like to call it. Let's see. Throw this shit together like this. And put his piece in place. See how that looks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that light blue contrasting with the dark blue. think that's the way to do it. Have a good night, Eugene. I'm signing off anyway. Six, you're awesome. Playing a video game, still bullshitting with me. I appreciate the hell out of you. You know I do. But yeah, looking at the because I'm looking at this blue, and that's fine. I'm liking that, but I'm definitely thinking the brighter blue into the purple draws more. And because of how red this is, it's paling out the light blue as well. So I think that works. We are definitely well on our way as we build them up a little bit. See, right here, that's the face you need to make when you write that song too, Eugene, right there, that face. Good old Galactus is like, haters eat these nuts. Might even have to do another coat on top his helmet. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of breakthrough there, so I might hit that. Hit that next time. Let me see, do I have any purple left? So I'll just nail a purple real fast. Hey, let's take a look. Let's see, is this the same color as this? Yeah. 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 And then let me bring in the face. Yeah. Yeah, actually it works. All right. Yeah, I think I'll call it there. Oh, snap, crackle, and back. Pop my back. Oh, you guys are amazing. Oh, guys. Thank you again for even tuning in. Appreciate all the smashing of the likes, all the subscribes. Anybody's tossed a coin to your Witcher, I appreciate you too. You guys are amazing. I'll be back Wednesday night live. Me and good old Smurf. We'll be playing Minds of Moria. And then Thursday, continue on Galactus. Probably Friday, I'll be continuing on Galactus because of this nightmare in and of itself. Trying to figure out the paint scale on the energy coming off, the hand, the whole 9 yards. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of work. But I definitely want this one to pop, come out looking sharp. Definitely a sexier one. You know, Galactus is one of those villains. You got to have respect for him. Same way with Doctor Doom. That's another villain. There's no way I'll let a bad paint job go on the Doctor Doom sculpt. Like, no. Sinestro, same thing. So, once again, it's going to take longer, I think, in the painting sessions as I go, which is why I'm at 2 painting sessions instead of 1. But I definitely want to hit it where everything just looks amazing by the time I'm done. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody who watched. Smash like, subbed, all that good, fun shit. And everybody have a great week. I will see you on Wednesday alongside my partner in crime, Smurf. Everybody hang tough. Have a great week. And don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.